in this country the spirit of charity and justice, that they may in all things walk before thee with steadfast purpose and a single heart, and faithfully serve in their several offices through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen. Most gracious God, author of all things, we humbly beseech thee for the Parliament of Barbados, especially the Senate at this time assembled, that thou wouldest be pleased to direct and prosper all their counsels to the advancement of thy glory, the good of thy church, and the safety, honor, and welfare of our people. All this we ask in the name of Jesus Christ, our most blessed Lord and Savior. Amen. Amen. The Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
The Senate is in session.
Messages from Her Excellency the President. Announcements by Your Honor the President.
I've been informed of the absence of Senator Kevin Boyce, Senator Crystal Drakes, and Senator Andrew Malibu. Been advised of lateness by Senator Christopher Maynard, Senator Christina Hines, Senator Gregory Nichols, and Senator Most Honorable Jerome Walcott.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers, reports from select committees, questions to ministers, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the Senate on matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers or parliamentary secretaries, personal explanations, motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate, moved by minister, introduction of bills.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move the following bills today to be read for a first time, to lay them for the first time.
To give notice of the following.
To give notice of the following bills. The Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2022, the Road Traffic Learners Permits and Driver's Licenses Validation Bill 2022, and the following resolution, Mr. President, a resolution to approve in accordance with Section 5 of the Land Acquisition Act, Cap 228, compulsory acquisition by the state of a parcel of land situate at Balls Plantation, Christchurch, for the public purpose, in particular, the erection of a water storage tank by the Barbados Water Authority.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move the first reading of the bills aforementioned.
Call them one.
To call them one by one. First reading, Mr. President, of the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2022, the Road Traffic Learners Permits and Driver's Licenses Validation Bill, also of 2022, and the resolution to approve the land in accordance with Section 5 under the provisions. Okay.
The question is that those bills so mentioned be read the first time. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Of The minutes, please.
I received for confirmation minutes of the meeting held on Wednesday, November 22nd, and minutes of the meeting, just on the second, for confirmation. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move the adoption of the minutes by the Honourable the Senate.
The question is that the minutes of our meeting held on Wednesday, November 2nd, 2022 be confirmed. Honourable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meetings, the ayes have it, the minutes are confirmed. I received as well, an invited proposal for the deferral of the minutes of our meeting held on Wednesday, November 23rd.
Mr. President, I beg to move the deferral of the minutes of Wednesday, November 23rd.
The question is that the minutes of our meeting held on Wednesday, November 23rd be deferred. Honourable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Meetings, the ayes have it. Those minutes are therefore deferred.
Public business, sir.
Public business is now the order of the day.
Order number 2, in the name of the Honourable Minister of State in the Prime Minister's Office, to move the passing of a resolution that Parliament accepts the Barbados National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan 2020 as the guiding national policy document for the management and conservation of biodiversity in Barbados and the associated reports.
Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President, for providing me the opportunity to rise to lead debate on this resolution before this honourable chamber for the National Diversity Strategy and Action Plan 2020 and all of the related reports and plans. I want to suggest, Mr. President, that this resolution is one of great significance. We go about our daily lives, Mr. President. We put a lot of value on the things that we see before us, the things that are immediate. We have our cars, we press a switch and the light comes on, we turn on a pipe and water runs out of the pipe, we put on our clothes, we leave home, we go to work, and most of us put in, our 8:30 to 4:30. We may go to the gym, hang out with friends, we come back home, spend time with some family, sleep, and repeat that again. The things that we believe that life is about are the things that we use in our everyday lives immediately. These are the things that we believe sustain us, and these are the things that we put or give great importance to. Mr. President, I want to suggest, however, that some of these things that we give importance to in our daily lives are important. Mr. President, if I don't have water when it comes out of my tap, I will catch a fit a little bit. If the internet is not working, Mr. President, it can be problems. But I also want to suggest that some of these things are also conveniences. We know the old-time saying, if you don't have horses, ride cow. I hope we get that one right. And unless, Mr. President, you've been in a situation where your light has been turned off for non-payment, you may not know how to ride that cow. Unless, Mr. President, you grew up where you didn't always have cream and you always perhaps used to have a little bit of oil to, rub your feet, you may not understand about the fact that those things that we value are conveniences, that even if they're not there and they will be uncomfortable, we will not die. We will learn how to adapt. Even as the world is going so quickly, there are those of us in Barbados who still remember the old-time days when we used to have to cook outside and catch water. There are those of us who've been through storms and have had the light off for extended periods of time. Mr. President, we adapt. There are, however, some existential threats, and they're called that because they threaten our very existence. So it is not now a matter of convenience. It is not now a matter of how we will be able to adapt, but the fact that these threats will severely affect our actual existence, Mr. President. And in that context, we often, in the context of going about our daily lives and all of the things, like I said before, Mr. President, that we value, whether or not we have money in the bank, and all of those other things, we do not stop and give thought to the environment that actually sustains us. It is the biodiversity which underlies that environment that provides us with sustenance, Mr. President. And when we talk about biodiversity, Mr. President, what it is that we are talking about, because sometimes we speak to these terms and they may appear scientific, biodiversity, and what is it? It is not connected to my life, and why are we spending time having these conversations about this notion of biodiversity and its importance? Mr. President, it sustains us. When we talk about biodiversity, we're talking, Mr. President, about the insects. We're talking about trees, Mr. President. We're talking about plants. We're talking about bacteria and organisms and the coral reefs. In essence, we're talking about all of the things that make up Earth and how they are interconnected in order to be able to sustain life. Some people call that interconnectedness an ecosystem. It is how all of those things function to create a balance for life on the earth that allows us, Mr. President, to have what we call food security. It allows us, Mr. President, to walk outside and feel the breeze and breathe clean air. It is that biodiversity, Mr. President, that allows us to have the quality of life that we know and that we understand. And I want to make the point and reiterate it in the context of when I talked about this notion of existential threats, because biodiversity and the challenge to biodiversity becomes one of those threats, Mr. President. It is the recognition of the challenge to our biodiversity and our environment that gave rise to this notion of sustainable development that we all know. It's becoming part of a catchphrase. And I think, Mr. President, that we use it so often in so many different contexts that sometimes we're not mindful of the fundamental nature of that notion of sustainable development. And again, how it is tied to our own well-being and how it helps to sustain us on this earth. The notion of sustainable development, and when we unpack it, it is the recognition that the resources on the earth are being overexploited in a way that if we are not careful, it will threaten in the long term, again, our existence. So that in order for us to be able to have the balance which is required, we need to ensure that we treat to our environment in a sustainable manner, in a way that allows us to be able to preserve and conserve for future generations and have an earth and a biodiverse atmosphere and environment that can continue to sustain us. That is sustainable development, Mr. President. And that notion of sustainable development and how we treat our natural resources, it is something that we all, as citizens, have to be conscious of, have to be aware of, have to understand, and to play a critical role in. Remember, Mr. President, I talked about the fact that it is about our daily lives. But we often take this for granted. We take for granted, Mr. President, the interconnected nature of our existence and how insects and plants, which are part of the biodiversity, help to keep us alive and help to keep the planet functioning. How our coral reefs provide coastal protection and support the biodiversity under the sea. We used to learn in school about the planktons. My was it geography or history teacher would not be pleased, Mr. President. They feed the fish, and those fish then become food for some bigger fish. And that helps to maintain the balance. So that if we don't have the coral reefs and are not able then to sustain the coral reefs, we will have imbalance. And that is important. Mr. President, when I was, thinking about this, I was asking myself about the butterflies. When was the last time any of us passed a patch of butterflies? When was the last time, Mr. President? I remember as a child growing up, you could not walk anywhere outside without a butterfly somewhere flitting about, landing on you, without also as well being captured by the beauty of it. I remember as a school child, we used to do it as projects. I'm sure most of us had those school days where you have to either catch the caterpillar and watch it turn into the butterfly or the reverse, and and these are things that we take for granted. But why are the butterflies important? They're not just pretty, Mr. President. The butterflies are attracted to pretty plants. They need nectar, but they carry pollen that help then the plants to grow. So if you have a kitchen garden or you're trying to get anything to grow, you need butterflies, Mr. President. We need butterflies and we need bees as well, Mr. President, because the bees also help to pollinate. Butterflies, look at it, just two small insects. The butterflies and the bees, and the importance of them. Actually, Mr. President, the research suggests that bees are extremely important to maintaining our ecosystem. And that if we do not have bees, there are several elements of our ecosystem that will disappear. One little insect that we take for granted and swat away plays a fundamental role in our food security, for our biodiversity, Mr. President. But the extent that we take for granted our biodiversity is not something that is just about Barbados or Barbados. It's a worldwide phenomenon. The latest Human Development Report 2021 to 2022 makes a very poignant point that I really want to reinforce. The report comments on the state of the world and the unprecedented and uncertain times that we live in. It speaks to this notion of immense flux that we are in at this time. The report notes, Mr. President, I quote, "From soaring temperatures to plunging biodiversity, more than 1 million plants and animal species face extinction. We are, Mr. President, and the we there refers to us humans, we are altering the fundamental frame we have lived with for millennia." The report asks the question, how do we live in a world without abundant insects? That has not been tried for about 500 million years. We, Mr. President, as humans, are altering altering the ecosystem, endangering not only ourselves, but all of the elements that make up the ecosystem. And that there is a threat at hand if we do not pay attention, Mr. President. The only thing I would say, Mr. President, I would just, part ways with the report so far, because based on my understanding of the Bible, when the Lord created the Garden of Eden, everything was aligned. He gave a manager in order to be able to manage everything, and he created the interconnectedness that was important to the functioning of that ecosystem. It is us as men who have led to the unraveling and the challenges that we are having now in the context of our ecosystem and our biodiversity. Mr. President, over half of global GDP is dependent on nature, over half. And that is important because in the context of how we think about our society as being so modern, again, the things that I spoke about, Mr. President, that we value upfront as being important and the things that we see as sustaining us, to understand that over half of global GDP is actually dependent on nature. It is dependent on our environment. It is dependent on our biodiversity. More than 1 billion people rely on forest for their livelihoods. And importantly, land and ocean absorb more than half of all carbon emissions as well, Mr. President. So the trees that we think that we have to cut down as we build and we move on to urbanization in the name of development, help us. There are what are called natural carbon sinks. That is, they help to absorb the carbon dioxide from the air so that we don't all have to breathe that in. It is part, again, of what is now called carbon sequestration. And that now is actually being monetized so that there is a value now being placed on areas where there are forests and areas of sea and wetlands and marshes, which are important, Mr. President, in order to be able, again, breaking it down, allow us to be able to breathe clean air, Mr. President, because when we talk about the carbon sink and carbon sequestration, we will be feeling that we're not talking about things that are connected. It is about taking the carbon dioxide from the air that will harm us and allowing us as humans then to clean that and then allowing us to be able to breathe fresh air. It is how we get out of our cars in the morning and we're able then, Mr. President, to go on. We know, Mr. President, there are pictures and there are cities that we see that are covered in black and people have to walk with masks, Mr. President, because the air is so polluted. That and those cities that sometimes we hold up as being the most industrialized and the most technologically advanced, those are some of the cities and places in which biodiversity is most challenged, in which existence is most challenged, Mr. President. Mr. President, when we look at the issue of biodiversity and what are the threats to biodiversity, we have to acknowledge that we are, as humans, a great part of the problem in terms of how we live, in terms of how we are prone on advancing. And again, we speak to that notion of sustainable development and say that we understand it, say that we hold it up. But then the way how we live, even as individuals, often don't demonstrate that we fully understand the connection between the environment, between all of the elements that make up our life and our own existence, Mr. President. Mr. President, the research shows that if we as humans do not stop some of the behaviors, if we as humans do not develop strategies in order to be able to live in balance with the environment, that we will have the extinction, as I said before, of a number of critical elements of our biodiversity. That will then mean, and we already see it happening, Mr. President, I want to speak to the issue that we have now what are being called superbugs. And the research is showing that a lot of this is because now we have antimicrobial resistance to antibiotics that are taking place. And so we have all of these superbugs that are coming about. And Mr. President, I am not picking on anybody because I've been also susceptible to all the flus and the coughs and everything that is going about now. And we're taking medication, and many of us are not getting relief from those things. And that there is a relationship between the balance in the biodiversity and the rise of diseases, and the extent then that those diseases then can overpower mankind, and the extent to which, again, going back to our biodiversity, that our traditional plants, which are also part of our biodiversity, now become critical to helping us as a society address some of these problems. So health, Mr. President, is also dependent on our biodiversity. To the extent, Mr. President, if you are, Mr. President, you may not be around, things like makeup and all of these things, but we are now seeing marketing being done for products that are so-called healthy because they are using the things that we have known, the aloe vera and the noni, and all of those things now are being seen as the best way and the best plants for inclusion in many of these products in order to ensure that they are more natural and healthy, things that we in Barbados have and used to have, but again, we don't value. Mr. President, I grew up in what could be considered an urban area. But I grew up to the sound of fall crops crowing. When was the last time any of us heard? This morning? Good for you. That fall crop waking you up. But now, is that a familiar sound? Where the fall crops gone? Where the fall crops gone? Only the heights and terraces, the fall crops gone? But they're everywhere, Mr. President. I grew up, Mr. President, picking spinach from a vine. I used to open my door and walk just out there and be able to pick spinach from a vine and go back in my house, Mr. President, and be able then to eat that. I live, Mr. President, not too far from where I grew up. And I had that existence. As a child, I used to walk for miles and pick dunks. What? Listen, there used to be whole dunks patches. And whole days, groups of us used to be walking to make sure that we get our dunks. And, Mr. President, if you would remember, every time you saw a dunks patch, a good one, where the dunks was sweet, you used to see a whole set of cow dung. A whole set of cow dung you used to go be stepping over, but you're still going to that dunk tree because that's the best one. That's the biodiversity, Mr. President. Because that cow dung, that manure, fertilizes for the dunks. And then when you go up in the tree, it's the ants, because the ants as well also getting nutrients. That's the biodiversity. Mr. President, also remember picking guavas. And it's only, I think, like about 4 years or so that I realized that my daughter didn't know anything about guavas. Serious. Had not had the opportunity to walk anywhere and pick a guava. Had not seen a guava tree necessarily, because maybe they are only the preserve of the country. So unless you live in certain parts of Barbados now, you can only experience a certain level of our biodiversity. Where have the guavas gone? Where have the dunce patches gone? And with the dunce patches, where's the butterflies gone? The sea grapes. So we've reduced now, and Mr. President, I want to admit, when I pass in the road and I see the fellas selling the thing, and even though you only get 10 in a bag for $2 and sometimes $5, Mr. President, I still buy because it's be fussy to at least get. When I see guavas on the road, Mr. President, I'm like a tourist. I'd be smiling and pointing, look at guavas. When before, that was part of our everyday reality. These things were part of growing up in Barbados. And again, as we've developed, we've lost sight of what that was, of the value that those things played in our lives, Mr. President. And I want to suggest that, again, we have to make sure that we return to an appreciation of that balance that is needed in our lives and how all of those things are important. Mr. President, I also grew up understanding that for whatever sickness there was a bush that could cure it. I want to say, Mr. President, that that's something I've not lost. I still believe in my bush tea. I remember, Mr. President, that certainly when COVID first came out, I was not interested in any vaccines, but I didn't have vaccines, when it first came out, I went for my bush tea. Whoever was selling bush tea, and I had on order 2 bottles of bush tea, because as far as I'm concerned, and I grew up, bush tea could cure anything. So I had my bush tea. I see that. I think it's not a deputy president screwing at her face, but that means I shouldn't have the experience. Yes, it tastes bad. Yes, it tastes bad. Listen, but in those days, it wasn't anything about any chemical composition, Mr. President. That's new fancy terms. Chemical composition of bush tea. Listen, you drink a dose of that, belly hurt, headache, fatigue, cut, everything, cure. And we are laughing, but it's these very same things now that pharmaceutical companies, they got a fancy name for them now, Mr. President, because I made sure I looked for it, I can't find it. I think it's phytopharmaceuticals. That's the fancy name, phytopharmaceuticals, Mr. President. The things that we need chemical compositions for, companies are taking up is in the fancy health drinks that we are drinking. You remember, Mr. President, when we rediscovered noni? It wasn't because of Barbados. We rediscovered noni because the health benefits of it were promoted outside in the US, and then all of a sudden, dog dumpling. Yes, please. All of a sudden, everybody loved or had a dog dumpling tree or tried to plant one or get one. But these are the things, Mr. President, that we knew intrinsically and that we depended on and that we used intrinsically. In the context of our development, no, we no longer place value. And in doing that, in misplacing that value, then we are also upending the balance that is necessary in order to support our lives. Mr. President, it is also as well a practical economic issue. The economic value does not only lie in tourism, even though tourism is a major player. Mr. President, in 2015, the Natural Fibers Project identified 38 species of natural fibers in Barbados and 11 seeds as having economic value for the craft sector, Mr. President. Tourism supports approximately 14,000 jobs, and I would suggest that this is underestimated because I don't think that this fully takes into account the ripple impact, of how tourism, of the role tourism plays. It accounts, according to the figures, for 40% of employment. And we noted that 75% of the tourists visiting Barbados participate in both land and marine-based activities, which are reliant on a healthy ecosystem. The research shows, Mr. President, that of the total spend of US $1,400 per individual, some $869 is spent on marine and coastal recreation activities, like snorkeling, sailing, glass bottom boat, all of these things. Mr. President, let's look at the fishing sector. Let's look at oysters. And the only point is not oysters because I come from the south, Mr. President, so bear with me. Look at the fish market, Mr. President. Marine life, fish that we eat. But then think about the multiple households that that activity supports. Yeah? All of the different activities, the boats, the people who can repair them, the people who come with the ice, people who clean the market, the fish cleaners, Mr. President. The support that that activity gives the household, the children it sends to school, the mortgages it pays, the rent it pays. Look at how we have built out from oysters the Bay Garden to now include other entrepreneurial activity. All of that dependent, Mr. President, on the biodiversity within our marine environment. So that this discussion on biodiversity is not to be seen as disconnected from our very own reality as citizens on this island. And I know already that within the past few years, if we again look at the fishing industry, we've heard the fishing sector cry out because of they're not seeing the same fish in the same quantity that they used to before. But our fly fish gone somewhere else. The seas have changed, the temperatures have changed, so the fish are not coming as they should. Imagine what that means for the fishing sector. Imagine what that means for the livelihoods. Imagine the tourism sector and the jobs, Mr. President. Imagine all of the small people who have to use to get tourists to come out on their sailboats, people who supply feed, who supply food for them, who provide entertainment for them, all of that interconnected and dependent on our ecosystem and our biodiversity. Mr. President, the report in the context of the biodiversity strategy notes that of the 700 species of flowering plants in Barbados, including trees, 8 are endangered and 23 species have been identified for extinction. 8 are endangered and 23 species have been identified for extinction. And I make that point, and I am not going to be tired, Mr. President, of making the point consistently in this presentation, that it is these things that we have to make sure that we keep our eyes on. Again, to understand the interconnected nature of our existence. And not that we just turn on the light, turn on the switch, press the switch and get the light. not that we have the money in the bank account, not that we're jumping in the car. It is the fact that if we don't have the Cersei bush and the blue vervain and all of those things that are important, and the birds, Mr. President, and the insects, remember the butterflies and the bees I talked about before, and the research that showed if we don't have the bees, how multiple layers of our ecosystem will disappear, just dependent on small insects. Mr. President, we also understand, and we've spoken quite a bit about the notion of climate change and the impact that climate change is having on all of us. That climate change as well is also having an impact on our biodiversity. The natural disasters, Mr. President, we are prone to have in the context of hurricanes, etc., floods, also damage our biodiversity. So yes, there are man-made direct events in terms of our modernization, our urban sprawl, but there are also as well natural things that happen that also impact. So again, the question is, how do we ensure that we manage sustainably our natural resources? And then there's also a term, Mr. President, has arisen, this notion of sustainable consumption and production. How do we make sure that we are sustainably consuming from our environment? And as we produce goods, that we are also producing them in a way that is sustainable as well, that is not damaging the environment, that is not over-exploiting what we have been given, but that we're using it in a way that will allow us to have continued benefit for generations to come, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is in this context of all that I've said that we are debating this National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan 2020. The plan, Mr. President, was revised based on the previous 2002 plan, which was submitted in response to our commitment to the United Nations Convention for Biodiversity, for which we have been a signatory since 1994. We have submitted, Mr. President, 5 national reports to the convention in order to show the progress that we are making in the context of our biodiversity. But as we reflected and looked at the state of that progress, we thought it was necessary to be able to ensure that we have a plan that was revised, that was one going to be able to allow us to meet and respond to national priorities, that was also going to allow us to have a process by which stakeholders could feel that they had ownership. So the National Strategy of 2020 was developed through a wide process of stakeholder engagement involving workshops and focus groups, at which, Mr. President, I want to suggest that there was an attempt to localize, Bajanize national priorities that were identified to ensure that they were realistic and implementable. Mr. President, I also want to show as a critical point that we don't just have a strategy, but we also have an action plan. Because very often, Mr. President, we are accused of having strategies and processes, but not necessarily having an action plan that is measurable, that allows us to be able to see where how implementation is going. So if you look at the action plan, it has targets, it identifies who will be responsible for implementation and the activities that are going to support, Mr. President, implementation. This is critical because, again, it demonstrates the extent to which we are attempting to have a framework that is supportive of prioritizing action on our biodiversity. Mr. President, it doesn't only as well come just with the strategy and the action plan, But as well, we note that it also includes, Mr. President, a communications plan, a management plan, a resource management plan, and also as well, a user-friendly version of the strategy and action plan. And again, the attempt is to ensure that in the context of the importance of this, that we have all of the necessary pieces in place that will allow us to roll out something that everybody, one, like I said before, has ownership of, Mr. President, and I want to reiterate the consultative process by which this strategy and action plan was developed. But again, that we have something by which the government can be accountable. We have something by which the government can be accountable. And that is important for itself and as well for the citizens. Because in the context of the action plan, we are saying these are the things that we will be committed to over a period of time. And Mr. President, I want to reiterate that the strategy is iterative, Mr. President. The issue of biodiversity is not static, so that we have to be able to adapt and be flexible as we move on in the context of the biodiversity plan as we move forward. And in that context, Mr. President, it is important as well to note that the strategy is intended to be for the period 2019 to 2025, a long-term process that we recognize has to as well be undergirded by other institutional mechanisms and ongoing engagement. And that is one of the reasons why the plan also includes a communication plan for the engagement of the population to ensure, again, that everybody is brought on board as we roll out this strategy and action plan. The plan, Mr. President, identifies 12 priority targets. And Mr. President, I won't detail all of the 12 priority priority targets, but I do wish to make a couple of points on some of them. Target 1, Mr. President, and I'll read. Target 1 says, by 2030 at the latest, Barbadians are aware of the values of biodiversity and the steps they can take to conserve and use it sustainably. That's target 1. Target 1 is about the extent to which we take the population along with us. The extent to which we are able to ensure that Barbadians understand the connection between our biodiversity and our lives. The extent to which Barbadians are able to understand and actually themselves implement strategies for conservation and preservation and sustainable use, in essence, Mr. President. And again, if we look at the action plan, we would see that one of the foremost actions to be undertaken is the rollout of a wide public engagement process. And again, that is why there's focus on having a communications plan. I also want to note, Mr. President, that under the Ministry of Environment and Beautification and Green and Blue Economy, that we do have a national biodiversity team that has a website. And if you go to that website, Mr. President, you will find a number of resources and also as well a number of actions that has been undertaken by that team already in order to give reality to target 1. So, Mr. President, the idea is that we've identified it as a target, but it doesn't mean that we are starting from zero. It is a work in progress and we will be working towards it. But there have been already a number of actions that have been taken in order to give reality. Mr. President, the website shows that team has hosted a series of focus group meetings and stakeholder engagement in order to develop a strategy on benefit sharing for access to genetic materials, like the aloe vera, that has commercial value, but the question is, how are we going to make sure that the knowledge bearers and those that have rights to it, us, are still able to have a stake? Because sometimes, Mr. President, if we don't preserve and value our genetic material, somebody else does, and somebody will take it away. So they're already beginning to have discussions and focus groups about how we create messages so that Barbadians understand the value, and then we can set up a policy framework for ensuring that there is mutual benefit. There have been virtual art exhibitions on biodiversity. Mr. President, I don't know if you have participated in any of the hikes that have been undertaken by that ministry. But as you go on those hikes, you're not just walking. They are identifying through all of the gullies and other systems, all of the varieties of plants and organisms that exist that are also part of our biodiversity. So it's an educational hike. And all of this, Mr. President, showing that in the context of this target, that there is work that is ongoing in order to ensure that Barbadians are educated and understand. But the action plan sets specific targets that we are hoping to meet in order to scale up that understanding and engagement of the population. I also want to note again, Mr. President, in the context of Target 1, that it is not just the government alone that this is responsibility of. The whole notion of having a stakeholder and consultative approach recognizes that there are other agencies that are doing work and are as important to the work that government is doing, and that adds to it so that we can create a cumulative mass of actions going forward. There are a number of non-governmental organizations, and I'll call those related to the youth only again in the context of sustainable development, but I can point out the Caribbean Youth Environment Network. The Ashley Lashley Foundation is doing work on climate change, and who are also themselves making strides in terms of education and outreach as well to educate the population. And this is why, again, Mr. President, it is Target 1, because we realize that as much as we can take actions, if we do not do the upfront education and bring along the population, then everything may fall, because then we have no resonance and no understanding of the population of why we're doing the things that we are doing, are taking the actions that we are. Target 2, Mr. President, says that by 2030 at the latest, the Barbados government, businesses and stakeholders at all levels will have taken steps to achieve or have implemented plans for sustainable production and consumption, and have kept the impacts of use of natural resources well within safe ecological limits. Mr. President, again, Barbados government, businesses, and stakeholders at all levels. Target 2 re-emphasizes, again, the notion that this requires a joined-up approach. It requires a concerted effort by all stakeholders, taking practical actions in order for us to deal with the challenge with our biodiversity. Mr. President, I want to identify that, again, this action plan, as it is, and strategy, builds on existing work. And as I said before, we've had a number of reports that have been submitted that show progress, that identify challenges and the status of implementation, and shows that considerable body of work has been done over time in a number of different areas. But I also want to identify that we also need to take into consideration a number of initiatives that have been taken, and I'm proud to say have been taken by this government. And I recall in the context of Madam Deputy President, when she was former Minister of Energy and the Environment, leading a charge for greening Barbados and the development of the green economy scoping study, which is still referenced as a key hallmark document in the context of climate change and the issues of mitigation and adaptation. And in the context of that strategy, it laid out a number of actions that are still important in the context of Target 2, and again, the issue of sustainable consumption and production. I want to note, Mr. President, that if you go on the website for the Convention on Biodiversity and look at the reports, and if you look at the write-up for Barbados, one of the things that the write-up indicates is that it can record that there have been additional efforts, not only by government, but by private sector agencies working along with government to address the issues related to the challenges of biodiversity. So the effort, Mr. President, is not one that government is claiming that it can do on its own. In fact, if we look at the strategy and the action plan and a lot of the previous reports, you would see that a lot of the actions there are dependent on other agencies in order to then to be able to move forward with implementation as well. And that even in the context of this work on biodiversity within government, that there is a cabinet working group that was established, a multi-stakeholder cabinet working group, again, involving the private sector, involving the NGOs, etc., in order to make sure that, again, that we build coherence across government agencies around this issue of biodiversity, to the extent that the remit of that cabinet working group was also as well expanded as well to make sure that we addressed broader issues that were also important to biodiversity. And Mr. President, there is a framework that actually shows how through this consultative process and the cabinet working group, that the issue of biodiversity has been able to be mainstreamed through several government departments. Again, building coherence, not just in the context of the environment, because we would take it, lump it there, leave it there, and let it disappear. But we see that it's mainstream in the context of the Ministry of Finance, Mr. President. In the context of culture, Mr. President. And so that in the context of Target 2, what we're really talking about is a joined up process as well to ensure that we can create synergies and scale as we move forward with implementation and attempting to address some of the critical issues. Target 5, Mr. President, says that by 2030, pollution, including from excess nutrients, has been brought to the levels that are not detrimental to the ecosystem function and biodiversity. Mr. President, I'll speak to this very quickly. We are all responsible, Mr. President, for the level of pollution that we have. It is the indiscriminate dumping in the same gullies that we need that are important to biodiversity and to maintaining a healthy ecosystem that we are damaging when we take the old fridge and the old stove and all of the materials that cannot degrade and we dump them in the gully because we don't understand. We don't understand how those things leach into the water that we need to be able to drink because our water comes from the ground. So that as citizens, when we pollute the earth, we are affecting ourselves, Mr. President. We are affecting ourselves. Mr. President, I have come in the last couple of months to realize that this island is extremely dirty. We are littering everywhere. All across the streets, it doesn't matter highways. It is extremely dirty. And we don't understand what we are doing in terms of damaging our ecology, the environment, Mr. President, and ourselves in the context of that. And so the issue of pollution in a real way is one that we have to tackle. And again, it comes back to this issue, Mr. President, of sustainable consumption and production. How we intend Mr. President, to deal with treated waste, how it is disposed of, Mr. President, the ways that we produce in businesses, and what that means for the environment. All of that, Mr. President, is wrapped up in the context of pollution. But most importantly, Mr. President, it is things that we have control over. So that for me, Target 5 is almost like pointing a finger at ourselves, each and every one of us, in order to be able to attain. Mr. President, Target 10 says that by 2030, the genetic diversity of cultivated plants and farmed and domesticated animals of wild relatives, including other socioeconomic as well as culturally valuable species, is maintained, and strategies have been developed and implemented for minimizing genetic erosion and safeguarding their genetic diversity as well. And this is extremely important. Because again, Mr. President, even as we try to implement strategies, we have to be realistic in the context that we have to preserve some of our genetic material. Yeah? And what this target asks us is what are going to be the ways how we are going to be able to do so. Mr. President, we've talked about the black-bellied sheep in here before. We've talked about the fact that the government has a plan in order to make sure that it retains that genetic material. Mr. President, I can speak to the fact that, again, when we look at the reports of the previous national reports under this same strategy for, not this one, for 2002, that we know that we have a germplasm seed bank, Mr. President, that was established in order to help us preserve that seed material. Mr. President, we know that under the Ministry of Agriculture is a plant protection department, Mr. President, and that there are specific agencies that right now are charged with ensuring that we can protect and preserve our genetic resources. But, Mr. President, I also want to say, again, in the context of that this is not to be seen just about environment, just about agriculture, but also to talk a little bit about what we are doing in culture in order as well to promote and to help in the context of protecting our genetic, some of that material. Within the Division of Culture, we have a program that is called Intangible Cultural Heritage. So we often know the things that we can see. We have the built heritage, the buildings, etc. We know about the arts and those sorts of things, but there are intangible things. And these means really the practices, the expressions, the knowledge, the skills, the instruments, the artifacts, the cultural spaces, all of those things are part of our intangible cultural heritage. And these are things that communities and groups and individuals hold as part of our cultural heritage. And in the context of that program, what we are seeking to do, Mr. President, is one, aid in the education and the knowledge of those traditional herbs and plants, where they can be found, what are the properties, and also as well look at the science as was asked behind some of those traditional plants. The National Cultural Foundation, Mr. President, also actually had a video program, a documentary series called Bushti documentary series, again, that was about documenting the traditional herbs and making sure that we have a repository of those. And in fact, in the context of the ICH program, we will make sure that we actually have a database of all of those elements of our intangible cultural heritage. And we've also, as well, in the context of the National Cultural Foundation, in collaboration with Dr. Sonia Peters, who has really been a champion in helping to educate young people, a children's coloring book project that will help as well educate young people in the context of preserving some of this natural and traditional heritage, Mr. President. So that there is significant work that is ongoing as well. I also want to note, Mr. President, that we had the opening very recently of there was a new garden that was opened in the context of Andromeda. And that garden was specifically, Mr. President, an ethnobotanical garden. And that garden, Mr. President, is specifically geared at helping us to retain some of those endemic plant species and also as well helping to deliver education. And the Andromeda Garden is one of those unused and untapped resources, again, that is important in the context of preserving our biodiversity. The last priority target I want to speak to, Mr. President, is number 12. And that target says that by 2025 at the latest, financial resources to conduct projects and research in the area of biodiversity should increase substantially. Mr. President, I want to recognize that in the context of the strategy and the reports that we've done, that we've identified that there are some gaps relative to implementation. We've identified that there is a need for significant technical, human, and financial resources in order for us to make advance and to achieve the actions and strategies and objectives of this National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. This is an ongoing effort of the government. I've identified some of the initiatives already that are underway. But those resources, Mr. President, have to come from somewhere. Those resources have to be applied. And you would see, Mr. President, that one of the key recommendations that have come out is for the establishment of a national biodiversity unit that will specifically deal with the implementation of the strategy and the action plan. Because even though we have been working on it and that there is a team within the Ministry of Environment that has been given some leadership, we recognize that because of its importance, that we have to make sure that we have a strategic focus and a team that will be in place specifically, Mr. President, to advance implementation and to monitor as well progress and also as well to scale research. Mr. President, I want to point to the Prime Minister's advocacy on climate change and reform of the financial architecture as being critical to the achievement of Target 12. Again, we sometimes divorce what is happening at certain levels from our lives. So there are some who would criticize the Prime Minister. As we've noted, she's spending too much time outside. She's speaking to everybody and not speaking home. The Prime Minister's advocacy externally is calling attention to the challenges that we have home and intending to open up channels of resources so that we and other small island developing states like ours can be able to fundamentally address these concerns. We don't have the resources, technically, financially, and human resources. So we must have a strategy to be able to get them from somewhere, Mr. President. And one of the strategies of this government is that we must look systemically and unlock the international financial architecture, but making them understand that access to finance is not critical to our very existence, and that unlocking that in ways that are less complex, that are faster, that are appropriate, that are responsive, are going to be critical to how we address this threat to our biodiversity. So the Prime Minister's advocacy, Mr. President, is not at all divorced from our reality and addressing national concerns. Mr. President, the private sector, majority of the private sector, are about profit. And when they look at the environment and issues of the biodiversity, and while we have seen them come on board in terms of working with us, there are very few of them that will want to actually invest money in order to be able to address these concerns. And so that we must be able to ensure that we are able to unlock. Mr. President, I want to point to the Debt for Nature swap that was passed again in this honorable chamber. Some call it internationally the Blue Bond deal. It was and is being heralded as one of the most innovative mechanisms, Mr. President, for addressing environment concerns. And it was done right here in Barbados in an arrangement with the Nature Conservancy and the IDB. It has been hailed, Mr. President, as a marine conservation landmark, a landmark. And it is now, Mr. President, being used as a best practice for other countries in order to do similar initiatives. One of the things that in the context of that Debt for Nature swap that the government has committed to is the creation of a Barbados Environmental and Sustainability Fund. And that fund, Mr. President, is intended to provide funding for environmental conservation and sustainability actions, not to government, but to NGOs and community-based organizations, as well as some government agencies and the private sector via a competitive and transparent grant program. It will support the government and its agencies in development of the execution of a 5-year marine spatial planning process to advance climate resilience, nature-based solutions, and marine conservation, and also as well foster opportunities to secure blended finance, non-grant instruments, and a vibrant blue economy that attracts additional international resources and ensures the long-term financial sustainability of the fund, Mr. President. So that we are seeking to engage in having the appropriate financing and the appropriate financing mechanisms because, Mr. President, we've been accused of, having too much debt. But again, it is the balance. We need to be able to address these concerns in a fundamental way, and the resources must come from somewhere, Mr. President. So the government is seeking to balance the debt and the grant financing that will be necessary. Mr. President, I also want to point to the $50 million project, the grant from the Green Climate Fund for a project called, we call it through our crews, Reduce, Reuse, and Recycle, which is really going to help us address the issues of water resource management as well. So we are seeking resources in order to be able to address these issues. And there are work, Mr. President, in a number of other areas that I can point to, the work that is being done in terms of the biosafety legislation, Mr. President. Before Cabinet, we are considering a policy for the fishing sector as well to make sure that we can address issues there in terms of scarcity and overfishing, etc. Work has been done on an assessment of the biodiversity values that are taking place in terms of our marine environment as well. So again, Mr. President, what the point that I'm making here is in the context of these targets that have been set, the government is making substantial effort to advance implementation on a number of fronts. And it is doing so in the context of a full and clear understanding that as a small island developing state, that if we do not frontally address this issue of our biodiversity as a priority, that this Barbados that we love, that we know, that we cherish, will be a fundamentally different Barbados, and not different in a good way. That the generations, my grandchildren, your grandchildren, the great-grands, will have a fundamental struggle on their hands in order to be able to exist in a world. And I go back to the quotation from the UNDP report, in which there are no insects, Mr. President. There are no bugs, no butterflies, no bees, Mr. President. A world in which our biodiversity is not just challenged, it becomes extinct. Mr. President, I am obliged, and I do beg that this resolution be now passed.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight. Senator Dr. Brafitt.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing my request to say a few words. And I rise in support of this Barbados National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, which has been brought to this honorable chamber. In my opinion, Mr. President, this is one of the most important pieces of legislation that I have seen brought to this chamber during my time here. And I say this not because it is related to the field of study in which I was involved, but it touches the heart of sustainability. Our society, Barbados, and its development will not be measured by the number of motor cars or the number of cell phones that we have in this country. The measure of the development of this country, Mr. President, must be based on whether we have developed a sustainable country that can provide for the fundamental needs of the population in the area of water, food, energy, and health. That having been said, this strategy developed here represents a comprehensive approach to the management of the environment and responds to a reality that we, as a small developing country, we're very vulnerable to the impact of climate change. The droughts, increasing hurricanes, flooding, of which we're all aware, threatens our very existence. So that, Mr. President, the survival of our country depends to a large extent on the management and conservation of our natural resources, our beaches, our shoreline, our soils, our environment, fundamental to our survival. And therefore, the points made by Senator Monroe Knight in her presentation are fundamental, that we in Barbados must understand that the sustainability of our country depends on greater respect for our environment and the management and conservation of our natural resources, not only for this generation, but for generations to come. And so I would like to congratulate the government for bringing this proposal to this chamber. And I would like to congratulate the persons who have been involved in its preparation, because it is a comprehensive proposal that represents the varied dimensions of this particular topic. And I note that it took into consideration the interests of the societal groups that are involved and presents a long-term strategy to address this particular topic in the context of our reality. The Convention on Biodiversity makes it clear that the fundamental goals of any strategy must be conservation of biodiversity, the sustainable use of biodiversity, and the equitable sharing of the benefits among the members of the society. Mr. President, this document and this proposal merits extensive discussion and sharing with our society. It should not be that this should be a simple document of this chamber. This should be a document to be shared with a wider society to increase the consciousness of our people of the need to respect this environment that we have, this 166 square miles, which must be preserved not only by this generation, but for generations to come. I, however, believe, Mr. President, that there's need to see this not only in the context of preservation of the environment, documentation of our natural resources and our biodiversity, but in the context of the economic value of these resources to our people and to the economy. I believe that biodiversity must not only be evaluated, but it must be explored and exploited in such a way that the economic value can accrue to our economy. As we seek to diversify the economy away from the fundamental base of tourism alone, we should be looking at the products of our biodiversity as potential sources of income. And I say this in the context, for example, Mr. Chairman, just recently, Mr. President, I was involved in a project to plant 1 million trees in Barbados. A very noble project, an important initiative, as it sets the stage for Barbados to comply with its international commitments under the Paris Agreement and other international agreements that we have signed. But I think it's important to take it a step further and to recognize that the planting of 1 million trees should be seen as an economic investment that contributes to the development of our country. It must not be trees for shade and trees for beautification and trees for conservation. The project must be a project that promotes trees for purpose, trees for economic development, trees for contribution to the economy. In that regard, we had proposed that here in Barbados, we should develop orchards of tropical fruits so that we can benefit from the trees that are planted. We would grow trees that would contribute to better nutrition. Trees would contribute to the potential development of a fruit industry, an industry that could contribute to diversifying our nutritional offerings to tourists and to visitors and to the population in general. Trees such as mangoes, avocados, pawpaws, golden apples, soursop, orchards of these trees, breadfruit, that could contribute to reducing our food import bill and provide the raw materials for an industry that could reduce the amount of concentrate that we currently import in producing fruit and fruit juices in our country. And so, as I have mentioned in this chamber before, things like the Barbados cherry, which contains 100 times more vitamin C than the average orange, should be promoted and grown. And I have said before that I think that the Scotland district should be a place for the development of a fruit orchard in our country. But in addition to that, Mr. President, we need to promote our herbs, herb gardens, and to explore the pharmaceutical value of the trees and the plants of our country. I know of a country that has invested heavily in the identification, classification of its biodiversity, and has been able to engage important pharmaceutical companies in the world in joint initiatives to extract natural chemicals, natural products that are now being used to make creams, cosmetics, and other materials for industries that provide employment opportunities and generate foreign exchange for that country. I take note, Mr. President, that the strategy suggests the development of organic farming and the management and regulation of herbicides and pesticides, which can result, bad management can result in biodiversity loss. Mr. President, there is growing evidence today that toxic pesticides used in agricultural production are a threat to public health and safety, and several initiatives are being taken around the world to promote safer use of pesticides and safer food. Food safety has now become an issue of global importance. For example, a widely used herbicide in agriculture is now reported to be a serious threat in causing increased risk of cancer, Parkinson's disease, and other medical problems. The chemical has been banned in over 40 countries of the world. Unfortunately, that chemical is available in garden shops in Barbados. It's a rare and ridiculous situation that the country that produces this chemical has banned it in their own country, but continue to produce it and sell it to the developing world. These are the kinds of realities we face. And this is why it is so important that the strategy such as the one that we're discussing today includes the development of appropriate human resources and infrastructure that can safeguard the safety of our country from situations such as these. The chemical is widely used in agriculture and, as I said, is available in Barbados. These situations suggest the need for vigilance, the need for commitment, the need for research, and the need to understand the complexity of the global environment in which we live and the threat to our own safety that such irresponsible behavior could imply. One of the goals that I believe should emanate from this policy, Mr. President, is a national land use policy to protect protect the agricultural lands and to ensure that a certain amount of our lands are preserved for agriculture in the future. In sober reflection, Mr. President, we only have 106,000 acres of land in this country. 53,000 acres have been designated or identified as agricultural land. Some time ago, there was a report indicating that about 1,000 acres of land is being taken out of agriculture annually for other purposes. And these purposes are noble purposes. Land for housing, land for recreation, land for water, land for the cannabis initiatives that are being proposed, land for panels to generate electricity, competing interests of land in the country. But, Mr. President, we must ensure that in all that we do, that we preserve a certain amount of land for food production and for agriculture. At the rate that has been mentioned, if we take 1,000 acres of land out of agriculture every year, it means that in 53 years, there'll be no land in agriculture. By 2075, there'll be no agricultural land in Barbados. And that generation then will be asking, what did the last generation do to secure our food security, given the reality that by then the world population will be about 10 billion people. And the demand for food will continue to increase. In that context, a policy on biodiversity must include, in my view, a policy on land and land use policies that reflect our reality, reflect our limitations, and reflect the reality that we must secure our future against the prospect of increasing threats to world food supply. We are import dependent, and therefore we must be careful to ensure that we not depend on imports for everything. Our food should not be something that we gamble with. I believe, therefore, that as we seek to implement and roll out this policy, that land use policy be considered an important part. If in fact, as I note here in my notes, the world population of 10 billion will require a 46% increase in food demand by 2050, it is clear to me that food is going to be an issue for the future. And therefore, the development of land use policy, every effort should be made to ensure the compromise between competing interests for land in our country, and efforts must be made in developing the new physical development plans for land to be considered an important resource in a country as small as ours, and appropriate efforts should be made to ensure that an adequate part of our land resources are preserved for agriculture in the future. Mr. President, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Raffick. Senator King.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I shan't be long, but I want to lend my support to all that I've heard so far, but there were a number of things that had me thinking whilst listening to Honorable Dr. Chantal Knight and Honorable Mr. Brathwaite. You know, Calypsonians have been for a very long time trying to get various persons to think about things. And where we are today, having to put all of these things in place, it brought to mind two songs in particular. One was called The Price of Progress, and the other one was called Mama Earth is Dying. These were sung in the 80s and 90s, respectively. And here we are today discussing this plan and all of these things that take you right back to what these persons were singing about at that particular point in time. It also reminds me of another song which is immensely popular in Barbados, where everybody puts their hands up in the air and they sing and they carry on whenever it's played. But sometimes I wonder if they fully get the message of it. And that song is Culture. This 166 square miles has always been and I believe should always be maintaining a culture of agriculture. It was built on it. And regardless of how we look at our history, some of it good, some of it bad as it pertains to agriculture, but that is what this island was founded on, and its ability to sustain itself. You know, when you look at it from a scientific standpoint, we oftentimes talk about the work that was done on sugarcane in Barbados, the work that was done on cotton, and all of these things that we are responsible for, and we like to boast about them at particular times when it seems relevant. But then when it comes down to dealing with it and the nitty-gritty of it in your everyday life, we found ourselves in a situation where, as was mentioned earlier, we have extremely high import bills, buying things that previously we grew ourselves, but finding ourselves now buying these things and having these huge bills. We had legislation in place before to deal with land usage, because I remember coming back from a trip and going to the then minister myself to his office to ask about what were the parameters within which you could build. Because at the time, and this was in the mid-90s, because at the time, I was very concerned that it seemed to me then that it was such a huge building boom at that particular point in time that I felt that the agricultural side of us was being threatened by all of these lands that were being taken out of production and put into building homes. And just as was mentioned earlier, I understand you have to find that balance between how you do these things. But it also takes me back to my childhood, where I often get a little perturbed and a little annoyed when people on the outside of our region in particular tell me things that I already know and that I have been doing for eons. And then you put it in nice, fancy language and ask me or tell me I have to follow it when I've been doing it all the time. And unfortunately, sometimes it seems to me that, that as Caribbean territories, we are never in a position to say, but you're telling me what I already know or what I'm already doing. And if you're talking about climate change and all of the things that it can affect, well, it is well known, I don't have to state it, it is well known to everyone that we are insignificant contributors to this particular thing. But these same people in the name of progress, have also used the opportunity to sell us things that they want us to buy and tell us that the methods that we were using before were primitive and outdated and all of this stuff. So in comes the pesticides and all of the other things. And then some years later, you come back and tell me that the pesticides are responsible for giving me cancers and killing me and doing all of these things, or killing off the bees, killing off the worms in the ground. All of these things that when we were children, we spent a lot of time digging up the ground and looking at worms and understanding what it is that we're doing, or even running around and catching butterflies. You know, and you ask yourself, where did we go wrong? These are some of the things that we had to sit down in school and learn. And here we are in 2022, talking about biodiversity, and as if this is a brand new concept that we now have to deal with. Now, I fully understand why we have to do it. The reason why we have to do these things is because we've been neglectful in our approach to our own well-being and our own survival. And at some point in time, somebody has to be able to ask the question, why does it seem that sometimes we are willing participants in our own demise? I listened very carefully to Dr. Monroe Knight speak about how, and I use the word, how nasty people have become in Barbados, disposing of garbage and this kind of thing. When I was growing up as a child, you would never, I didn't care how poor people were, they always had this particular phrase. I grew up with grandparents and they talk about cleanliness is next to godliness. And it didn't matter how poor or what status people had around their homes, they kept it clean. They had their own kitchen gardens, they had chickens, they had pigs, they had all sorts of things, but they kept it clean. And they also knew that these were things that I had to grow for my own consumption. And every other house had some sort of fruit trees all around them. The question you have to ask is, where did we go wrong? And it always boils down to this particular word that we call progress, which unfortunately is always handed to us by others. And it leads me to wonder sometimes, can our people think? Can we not think for ourselves? We have experts. You can find an expert in Barbados on every possible thing you need to deal with. But are we listening to ourselves? And I really just wanted to use this opportunity to say to the people in Barbados now that legislation, policies, all of the things that any government, not just this one, any government tries to do, will make no impact if you do not behind it. And if you do not play your part in making it a reality for yourselves and for future generations. It is important, as was stated earlier, that we need the trees, and we understand, and I'm sure for those persons who would have seen the discussions from the other chambers and listened to the Minister Ford speak eloquently about all the things that we need in terms of the biodiversity. Wow, talking too fast. But he spoke eloquently about a lot of it. And I'm sure that for those persons who would listen would be fascinated just as I was in terms of the passion that he brought to the discussion, the knowledge that he was able to share, And it's not that difficult. There are a lot of simple things that every single person can take upon themselves as part of their own contribution to ensuring that this country is a leader in this aspect. Oftentimes, one of the things I find difficult to comprehend when it comes to things like this in particular is that oftentimes a lot of the conversation on the road is all about tourism. People would say, we have to do this to make sure that when the tourists come here, there is good, clean air and there's good organic food for them to eat. And they ask the question, well, what about us? What about ourselves? And this is where I want the general public to begin to think that the things that we're doing, it's not just about tourism, it's not just about trying to attract people to Barbados, but it's about ourselves as to who we are. Imagine if you can cut down your import bills, especially for fruits and vegetables, which, by the way, you don't know what they're being sprayed with, you don't know where they come from, you don't. But you consume them based on the fact that you believe that it's all right. But if you produce your own, you have all the knowledge of how it is grown, what it is treated with. And again, if you have things that are in your environment growing, it means that that is the environment within which they grow, which means that the nutrients in them should be of a much higher value than if you have things coming from other parts of the world that, you know, basically you're enjoying, but not necessarily it will grow in your environment. And all I'm saying is that we have to take this particular issue a lot more serious than we have in the past. And as we continue to talk about the survival of the planet as a whole, the survival of the planet is also the survival of us as a species. And I think oftentimes people don't pay a lot of attention to it, and they continue to do what I consider to be unhelpful practices and expect a different result. But I've always heard that if every day you get up and you do the same thing and expect a different result, that this is obviously a sign of madness. And so if we believe that we can continue to pollute the environment as we do presently, if we continue to believe that the gullies across this island is for old fridges and old beds and all of these kind of things that you see them, you pass and you see them, and you ask yourself, well, what manner of man could do such a thing? The gullies in themselves have medicinal plants. The gullies of themselves, good place with a lots of oxygen. If you go for a hike, as people do, and you walk through, oxygen is good for you. I mean, we live, and I've said this on a number of occasions, but I'm going to say in this particular setting, I believe, and I will challenge anybody anywhere in the world on this. We live in a paradise. It's just that we are so accustomed to it that we take it for granted. And when we are supposed to be, as it says, strict guardians of our heritage, we have some people who are hell-bent on being the destructors of that heritage, natural or otherwise. And I believe that, as was mentioned earlier again, the conversation with the public on this particular issue has to be consistent. The messaging has to be consistent. We have to break it down in its smallest terms so that from the 3-year-old could understand what we are talking about and what the ramifications are for us as people if we don't get this right. And unfortunately, we live in a world today that somehow tells people that you can buy your way out of every problem. But this is one that you cannot buy your way out of it. You have to contribute to it. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to say to my fellow Barbadians, this issue is very serious. It is also very important to our own survival. It has ramifications for food security. It has, again, to go back to tourism, it has ramifications for tourism and money earning. And when you really start to look at it, we have, in my mind, a number of persons on island. When we talk about, and I listen again very carefully when we talk about natural therapies and different things like that, and oftentimes we as, I don't say it plain, we as Black people often think that the things that we create sometimes have no value based on the fact that somebody else, somewhere else in the world has developed something else that they want to sell us. And we believe, therefore, that what the things that we know and the things that we do have no value. I dare say to tell you today, Mr. President, that natural medicines might not be able to cure every possible thing, because as man delves more into various things, he learns more, he creates more. But they do have a place, and have always had a place with our ancestors, others who didn't have the capacity at the time to use other things. So if you're going to tell me that the things that they used and cured themselves in that time has no value because time has passed, then I have to ask the question, then where do these things come from? Because as far as I know, all the materials that people use to make medicines and whatever else come from the planet. Unless there's something that I don't know, that people actually go out of space and get things and bring back, then somebody will have to enlighten me on that. But all the things are here on the planet that you use. However you use them in whatever amounts or whatever, that's another story. But all the things are here. And I'm saying that we must put ourselves in a position where we are confident about the things that we have in Barbados and that we can make the best use of them using the skills and the expertise of the people who reside on this island. And so, again, I just want to lend my support to this. I see this as being very, very important. As has been said in here on a number of occasions, some of the things that we're doing are not as sexy as some of the other things that people like to get on call-in programs and talk about and whatever else. But sometimes you have to stop and think, okay, but this is nothing that I could quarrel about today. So this didn't really make much sense, but it does. It makes a lot of sense, and it is important that we even begin the messaging and the education or re-education on things like this in our primary schools, secondary schools, to ensure that we do not make the same mistakes that we have made in the past where it comes to dealing with this particular issue. And so with those few words, Mr. President, I am obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator King. Senator Hewitt.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me and giving me the opportunity to contribute after these few other contributions by fellow senators. And I must say that I stand motivated in a special way, given the contributions from all of the senators that went before me, to make my contribution against the backdrop of what is undoubtedly perhaps the most serious debate that we've had in this honorable chamber, at least in my opinion and my estimation, based on all that is happening all across the world. I want to also begin, as I usually do, not as my trademark, but to reflect on a bit of history and give some context to this whole topic of biodiversity. Now, the earliest recorded attempt with regards to biodiversity stem back thousands of years in the ancient Greek civilization. In fact, it focused heavily on the Greek philosopher Aristotle, who observed many different species, observed their morphology, behavior, and also their physiologies. And as a result of that, Aristotle's methods of classification lasted some 2,000 years. 2,000 years, Mr. President. So this topic about biodiversity, we know it is perhaps the most serious discussion right now against the backdrop of climate change, but it is really nothing new. It was only until roughly the 17th century, Mr. President, that it was believed that all biodiversity that existed then, everything on the earth at that point of time, would have been on the earth well before that point and would also continue forever to be on the earth. That was the perspective back then, obviously, with much inclusion from the inputs from the church, the churches of the day and the religious factions of the day. So this phenomenon of extinction was really never a thought of the day. Nobody ever thought about the word extinction or biodiversity being significantly reduced. But we exist in a world today, Mr. President, and a country today that faces a far different reality, where the threat of extinction is very real, and where the decline and disappearance of various species comes as a natural statistical inference for future reference as well. Whether it be the disappearance, and I have a few things here to mention, a few examples, the disappearance of the paradise parrot, once famous in Australia, the passenger pigeon, known to North America, the Tasmanian tiger, the Sicilian wolf, the Japanese sea lion, known to Japan and the Korean peninsula, or the golden toad, much closer to home in Costa Rica. Most of these went extinct as a result of a combination of annual burning in some cases, very native flora would have disappeared as well, and also massive culling and game shooting in terms of exploiting some of these animals for their meats as well. Now, the list is extensive, Mr. President, and based on all indicators and based on everything that is happening across the world today, the list will continue to extend. Things will get worse if we continue on this business as usual approach with respect to how we treat the biodiversity. But don't take my word for it. Take the word, Mr. President, if I may, refer to the International Union for Conservation of Nature and their latest publication, where they identify on their website, which anyone can visit at iucnredlist.org, they identify 41,000 animals worldwide being currently threatened with extinction, including 41% of all amphibians, almost 33% of reforming corals, and 27% of the world's mammals, more than a third of all marine mammals and 13% of all known bird species. Don't take my word for it, but take theirs. Most recently, Mr. President, and the Senator Monroe Knight made mention to it, I was invited to the opening of the Andromeda Botanical Gardens in St. Joseph the other day. And anyone that drives through St. Joseph on any given day, perhaps many decades ago, and perhaps within the next few decades, will have a natural appreciation for their rugged authenticity passing through that part of the country. And when I passed through there, Mr. President, I saw no less than 9 mongooses or mongoose, depending on your disposition in terms of pronouncing the plural of the noun. Mongoose as well. Mongooses, Mr. President. I saw no less than 9 of them. at different points heading towards the botanical gardens, and I was so amazed to stop at one point and see 5 mongooses, a family of 5. In fact, I don't know if it's a family, it might be neighbors, but they look very similar. But I saw 5 of them nonetheless alongside the road, and this spoke very well to me, establishing that, all is not wrong in Barbados, all is not lost. There is a sign of hope in Barbados, but we need to get it right. And the reason why I focus on them, and I understand that they're not indigenous to Barbados. They were introduced back in the 1870s when we had issues with the rats in the cane fields. And I know they're not indigenous, but they have become part of our biodiversity in Barbados. And in most instances where you see these mongooses, you are likely not to see an influx of rats. You're likely not to see a significant influx of the African snail. You're likely not to see an influx of centipedes near to the mongooses. You might still see centipedes nonetheless. But you can be rest assured that this has become a part of the biodiversity of Barbados. That is the animal species. But biodiversity also speaks to the plant species, and they're also invasive plant species. And in particular tribute to the Minister of Environment, I would recognize that we have an invasive species here that is well placed at many residences and commercial properties across Barbados, but it's controlled. It's called the MacArthur palm. And a tribute to the Minister of Environment because he loves the Latin term for these. It is also referred to as the Trichosperma macathuri as well. And I'm saying that, Mr. President, to say that invasive species, yes, they are a threat to other indigenous or local species, but they can be integrated within the ecosystem to perform specific roles. There are not many plants, that have the roots similar to the MacArthur palm that can hold the soil together. I mean, we could talk about the blade grass or the cane grass and stuff, but they don't do as good a job as keeping the soil together as that invasive species. But they must be controlled. If they're not controlled, you're going to find the same situation that countries like Grenada face now in terms of controlling the onslaught of the bamboo that's growing well in some parts of Grenada. And this leads us back to target 6.3 within the same document that we're referring to today, the Strategic Action Plan, which says that it is going to establish species-specific strategies to eradicate or control the population sizes of prioritized invasive alien species to manageable levels. Now, Mr. President, gone are the days when we have to establish, if we ever have to establish, a reserve for mongooses in Barbados. A reserve or a habitat, specialized habitat for mongooses in Barbados. Gone are the days. But like any other animal, they need a home to thrive. And mongooses live amongst the plants, the wild canes and the overgrown vegetation all across the island. Which brings me to the next point that I want to speak of in terms of biodiversity. And this is, of course, of the plant species. Within the context of Barbados, our history of utilizing and growing food is well documented and well known and well preserved. Way better preserved than the history of the presentations in this honorable chamber by a Hansard, I must say. For centuries, we've been depending on our plants to sustain most of everything we do. And I must say, Mr. President, that we live in a world today where there's a significant disconnect between the food on our tables and biodiversity. There's a significant disconnect between how we get what we eat, where they're sourced from, what is the process behind cultivating them, what is the process behind growing them. There's just a lot of knowledge, but ignorance because it is not presented in the right format, because there's no idea as to where to source these particular aspects of our culture. Now, I witnessed something remarkable at the World Cup the other day, and this is not the few warm-up matches that Argentina had before they will go on to win the World Cup. I witnessed, I'm speaking to interbeing. I witnessed the Japanese team after they played. Not the team, sorry, the Japanese supporters, particularly those from Japan. After the match was finished, all of the Japanese in one or two particular stands, they got up and they cleaned the entire stand. They cleaned it. It was almost automated. I could have sworn somebody back in Tokyo pressed the button, everybody just got up like robots and start picking up everything. I've never seen that. Now, why did they do it? Enshrine culture. Enshrine culture, Mr. President, from a young age when they're 3 and 4 years old, in what we would have as the equivalent of primary school. That is something that they do at every break session, maybe 3 times throughout the day at school. They get up and they clean the desk, they clean all around as well, they do sweeping and stuff. Not the teachers, no maids at the school. That is culture. And I say that against the backdrop of what we need to do. We need to enshrine culture into our people, into the youth as well in particular. Panadol multisymptom now is the Cersei Bush of yesterday. Milk of magnesia now is the, many persons don't know it, is the fizit, no, you ever heard of the fizit nut? Yeah, the fizit nut of yesterday. The imported and processed multivitamin supplements are now the moringa leaves of yesterday, which are now making a comeback. Yeah? And then we can speak about other things like bok and like sprays that persons utilize around their houses, as opposed to pinching a soursop tree and putting leaf by the door or by the window, as opposed to planting thyme inside the pot and putting it outside the door. And everyone knows, well, many people know that mosquitoes, they totally dislike the scent of these particular plants. And we can go on marjoram, there's marigold, the citronella grass as well, many different things. Biodiversity, yeah? Now, Mr. President, I said all that to say that we have to have a sense of enshrined culture and have a knowledge management framework that speaks to us, not only capturing the information, not only putting it out there on YouTube and wherever the forums are, but it has to be a citizen science approach where we take the young people and the older persons, because not all the older persons know about it. Some of the older persons spray buck 24/7, like it's nobody's land. But we need to take our people on a citizen science approach where they have a full understanding as to how to utilize the things that are around the household and things that are not around the household. See if you can acquire them and utilize them. And it takes me now, Mr. President, to why I stand in support of this resolution, and I stand in support of the National Strategy Action Plan that we're discussing. As Senator Monroe Knight would have established, it has 12 specific attainment targets to conserving biodiversity. I won't go through all of them in particular, but I want to kind of focus on targets 1 and 2. Target 1 focus, as Senator Monroe Knight quite eloquently discussed, awareness and educational programs. It speaks about conducting knowledge surveys. And whereas it did not go into much specifics, I suspect that the knowledge survey is really a knowledge, awareness, and perspective survey, because we just don't want a knowledge survey. We want to have a comparative analysis as to what you know today relative to what you know after the awareness interventions have been made as well. It spoke also to the formalization of training programs involving the private sector, the CSOs and NGOs, and of course the government and academia, and developing specific messaging to different target groups across Barbados to ensure that what works for Peter may not work for Paul, but we have a specific forum for them, so that when Senator Hines is on Brass Stacks, that we can slip in an advertisement for those many listeners that want to learn a bit more about biodiversity, and she will support it, of course. It also establishes an online biodiversity toolkit, Mr. President, a toolkit that, to my mind, must not only be one focus on educating the students and educators as well, not a rebriefer, but it must be a train-the-trainer toolkit, because persons must be able to walk away from this toolkit and emphasize and impress on those who may not have access to the toolkit, but in such a way that they can understand even the basics of biodiversity and the basics of the importance of biodiversity. We have something quite similar in terms of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and their online toolkits that focus on climate change, on things like procurement as well. And I envision something like that coming for those who have access to the internet as well. Target 2 focuses, and this is a wonderful target. It focuses on sustainable production and consumption, but I kind of snuck in a word there to put the word responsible in front of consumption. Sustainable production and responsible consumption. Now, arguably the most direct way that we can be a part of what needs to become a mass movement to protect biodiversity is for us to aggregate our interests in terms of consumption. We are all consumers. Businesses and private sector exist to basically sell us things. And if we recognize that they exist to sell things to generate profit, then we can recognize, as many have said way before me, that the power should really be at the consumer. And if we as the consumers can tell these businesses that we want more sustainable products, who knows, maybe they will have an inkling of change within them. But think about the things that we consume. We consume food, we consume, obviously, clothes, and we utilize many things in the energy sector. And I've been saying for many years that it hurts to think about the embrace of renewable energy on one end, and then it hurts to think about the level of degradation happening in places like the Democratic Republic of Congo to exploit the very core materials that are needed to utilize, that are needed to put inside of the solar panels as well. And where do we strike the balance in telling the entities that create these end products, hey, you need to utilize a framework of reducing, reusing, and recycling these particular aspects of your products to ensure that we don't need to exploit those resources at the rate that you're exploiting them at right now. That is something that is a double-edged sword for me, Mr. President, but I hope that we can have a voice through maybe the AOSIS, which is the Alliance of Small Island States, which is very closely aligned to the African Union as well, to generate a framework to which they can preserve their resources. And where their resources are being exploited was once an ecosystem as well, a thriving ecosystem for many plants and many animals. So we have to ask ourselves these two questions as consumers when we go to the supermarkets or when we try to order something from Amazon or online. Where does it come from? And how does its production affect biodiversity and sustainability of resources from which the same product is derived? Let's think about that for a minute. Where does it come from? Well, Mr. President, we really cannot afford anymore to see our consumption patterns as expenditure. We have to see our consumption patterns as investments in sustainability. It means, therefore, that when any Christmas season is coming, some of us could consider, rather than using the disposable cloths to clean the windows, use an old rag, use an old shirt, wash it and reuse it again, so that we don't have to necessarily add to the litter within the dump, but at the same time, it does not put the pressure on the producers of those end products to recognize the demand based on everything you're throwing out, to go back through the production cycle and exploit some resource far off or nearby and destroy ecosystems as well. That is the connection that we have to make, Mr. President. Now, the other piece of the puzzle is that it is helpful to start to reuse things, as I just mentioned with the shirt. And reusing comes prior to recycling, not even recycling, but reusing things, Mr. President, a number of things that we can reuse around the house. But we live in what I refer to, and many have referred to it before, as a throwaway society. And it comes to me as no surprise why all types of waste find themselves imposing on the natural environment, similar to what Senator King mentioned earlier, the fridges that we saw in the WIM. It was devastating. It was ridiculous. And I was embarrassed to go out there with my team from NCC and see the amount of things all inside the WIM in the gully. It was very embarrassing, Mr. President. Nonetheless, I must support the work of the NCC for the cleaning of that area and the other gullies that we're going to do very soon. And speaking of the NCC, it would really be remiss of me if I didn't again highlight their wonderful efforts and the work plan aimed at many aspects of biodiversity. Now, the National Conservation Commission, and we're talking about conserving biodiversity, perhaps and hopefully under my stewardship we can advance this at a rate never seen before. I'm hopeful. But people know, when they hear about the NCC, people know about the staff and the contractors we have all across Barbados cutting the sides of the road, Mr. President. They know about the bushing programs that we have on open lots with overgrown vegetation. They know that we sell plants at the NCC. But people may not know that we are perhaps at the forefront of preserving many types of biodiversity, particularly the plants, the flora, in Barbados that many other entities in Barbados can't do. We have at the National Conservation Commission a containerized 40-foot container, which really and truthfully allows us to control the environment at any given time and grow plants at a far faster rate than the natural environment if you put them in an external nursery. It means that we have control of the exposure to sunlight within a container. We have control of the moisture levels, humidity. We have control, Mr. President, of many various aspects within that environment and that container. Many persons don't know as well that the National Conservation Commission also has plans to further develop a germplasm center as well, and a germplasm lab. Because whereas the grow house container focuses on the quantity, the other aspect of biodiversity is really the quality of the species. So you can produce an abundance of one species, but if the climate is changing, there's nothing that species can do to combat the rising sea level, to combat the rising temperatures, and all of them would die. What it means now is that you have to look at the genetic functions, the genetic structure of those species, and this is where the germplasm center comes in. It allows us to fine-tune, assess, tweak, and refine the different plants to ensure that as the climate variability occurs, whether it be too high or too low in terms of the temperatures, that the plants can survive what is to come. And it is against that backdrop, Mr. President, that I find it quite interesting that we face a scenario where entities in Barbados are importing thousands of poinsettia for the Christmas season. Poinsettia is a plant that's really very, very closely related to the cassava as well. When we have the capacity to meet and surpass demand here in Barbados and save foreign exchange. And I'm not knocking the private entities that are doing so, I'm just saying that we need to step up to the plate. I'm telling myself as the chairman of the National Conservation Commission, all things being constant next year this time, we should not be going through the same process of having persons import poinsettia in Barbados to enjoy the festive season as well. So, Mr. President, I also want to say that within the context of biodiversity, there's a lot that has been said before by my colleagues. There's a lot that will be said. I hope to hear from the other senators. But in summary, I really want to implore not only members of this honorable chamber, through you, Mr. President, but those persons within the earshots, to really consider what each particular plant and animal around the household, what their contribution is. Consider them. So when we drive across the country and we see overgrown vegetation, just remember that overgrown vegetation is an ecosystem. Everything is not going to look nicely manicured lawns that some persons may have around their houses, but every house was an ecosystem before it was a house. Keep that in mind. Every single house was an ecosystem before the concrete started to impose on that spot. Perhaps many of the houses, perhaps mine, because we had a cane field above as well, was the home for the mongooses. Other persons would say mongoose, but not me, no better than that. Yeah? And Mr. President, I rise to give my full support once again. I rise to acknowledge the importance of this particular strategic action plan. And I rise to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to make this contribution. I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Harewood. Her Honor, Senator Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Biodiversity, the animals, plants, and organisms, some micro, that make up the many species that coexist on Mother Earth. We use the term biodiversity, and in the last week or so, it kept striking me how often we are using these terms that we think people understand, biodiversity, loss and damage, and we just use them. They roll off our tongues, but really, I don't know that they necessarily connect with the average person. And the area of environment is one in which the terms, the multiple terms and abbreviations are myriad and complicated and not necessarily connecting with the average individual, and therefore, as a result, people tend not to listen, tend not to think of it having anything to do with them because they think it's high science or something very high flown. I remember growing up in the city. I grew up on Baxter's Road, and it was commonplace to hear vendors frequently pass shouting, sea eggs, call for the hot sea eggs. It was a shock to me a few years ago to find out that my nephew, who is now 28, had never seen a sea egg in his life. He just didn't know what it was. I remember seeing routinely when I went to the beach, seahorses. I can't tell you the last time I saw a seahorse at any beach in Barbados. I don't even know if they still exist. When we played, we were at the St. Mary's Infant School in our early years, the now derelict property close to the St. Mary's Church, which was the school that people in that community, Baxter's Road, Mason Hall Street, the Orleans, well, the people in Orleans tended to go more to Westbury. Those of us who were closer to Broad Street went to St. Mary's, the infant school and the junior school. I didn't go to the junior school because my parents then sent me after infant school to primary school. Well, I'm being nostalgic now, but all down, people who lived around Murphy Pasture and so on, and that's why I was able last week when we had that debate to speak in so much detail about the area, because this really was my stomping ground. It's home. It was routine on the playground to see ladybirds. Again, I don't know if people see ladybirds anymore. You very rarely, you see them still, but very, very rarely. Whereas it was then, as I said, routine. It was commonplace. They flew on you in the schoolyard or while you were at your desk with your slate and your chalk. Really, we're going back very far now. But life has changed so much, and this was a simpler time, a time when more of us had, even in the city, a quasi-agricultural existence because we raised our chickens. I'm reading a book now which will come to the public early next year, and the author, speaks about growing up in a rural village in Barbados and raising chickens and cows, and as a child being involved in the plucking of these chickens on Saturdays, and for those who raise pigs and so on. And there was really a technique to it, because while you had to use boiling water to pluck the chickens, you couldn't be too hot, because if it was, it would cook the skin of the chicken, and it was really not suitable for preparation. I know that some people in this room would not have connected with this kind of life at all. And when you were plucking the chicken, you had not, gutting the chicken, you had to be careful not to burst the gall sac, because the gall, we called it the bitter gall, but the bile in the gallbladder was bitter. And if you burst it, it ruined the meat of the chicken, which then became bitter. So it was a completely different life and a completely different existence. And because it was so much more connected to the earth, people had a better sense of the value of biodiversity and the implications of looking after biodiversity for our own well-being and our own lives, our livelihoods. My mother raised turkeys as well. And we had our self-raised turkey at Christmas, and she sold turkeys. And in addition to various types of foods, Senator Harewood was speaking about the herbs and so on, but there was a grass called parsley. It is now used in high-end restaurants as part of the microgreens that you have in salads, and it is extremely expensive, but it used to grow, and dogs would pass and urinate on it, or chickens would pick it, and so, but my mother used to pick this parsley, which grew on a lot next door to us, and give it to the turkeys, and she said it was very good for the turkeys. Now they're giving it to human beings in high-end restaurants and asking you to pay figures with a lot of knots behind it for it. It's a spinach. I am being guided by Senator Dr. Maynard that it is a form of spinach. Well, Senator Dr. Monroe Knight spoke about spinach, and then too, spinach, which we know buy in packages from New York, was from the United States, coming out of California and so on, was routinely grown on people's backyard vines and backyards and palings, and you would pick your spinach. I still have spinach growing on my fence, and if you come to my house for lunch and you have spinach, chances are that it came off of my fence, and I step out of the yard, pick it, and I have the plain spinach and I have the purple leaf spinach. But all of this nostalgia really speaks not to where we were, but to where we need to go in terms of food security, in terms of understanding and valuing plants and animals. The average person might ask, why is this biodiversity thing important to me? It's important because bees pollinate other plants. They're important for our food supply. But just as there can be a positive impact from caring or not caring, from caring for our biodiversity, for being mindful of our biodiversity, when we act in ways that harm our plants and animals, there are consequences. The Black Death, the plague of the late 14th century, spread across the known world as it was then, and killed perhaps 75 million people, not necessarily 75% of the population. Tremendous amount of death. And what started the Black Plague? Fleas on rats, traveling on ships, merchant ships, across trading routes. 6.6 million people have died from COVID-19. Research tells us, although some people believe that this was a lab leak, but research tells us that the disease is connected to bats. We cannot live on a space with other species, whether these are animal species or plant species, and ignore their impact for our lives, and treat these species of having no value or no connection to ourselves. And therefore, I want to congratulate the minister, the officials of the Ministry of Environment and others which would have been engaged in this process of bringing what is only Barbados's second ever National Biodiversity Action Plan and Strategy. It is disappointing to me that having been the minister who brought Barbados's first biodiversity action plan and strategy 20 years ago, that it took all that time for something as important as this to find development and lane in this parliament. And in a previous speech in here, Mr. President, I made the point that the work of government isn't always sexy, but there are things that are important and essential that require the attention of ministers. You don't get applause in the public domain for them, but they are essential to our development and to elements of our governance, and our governance of this ecosystem in which we live is extremely important. We have to consider the issue of sustainability of our biodiversity, I started to look at, and I want to share with the House how severe this problem of biodiversity loss is. I spoke about it in the context of seahorses and ladybirds and other species here in Barbados, but it is now estimated, and this is, I'm trying to find the report, the 2019 Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, which was developed by 145 experts over a 3-year process, estimates that since 1900, 20% of global biodiversity has been lost. 20%. That's 680 vertebrate species, 9% of domesticated mammals, which were bred for food, are now extinct. And since 2016, a further 1,000 other species have been threatened. And on the red list of threatened species are 4,100 animals, 33% of corals, a third of marine mammals, 13% of birds, and 41% of amphibians. This has implications not just for nature lovers, but when you hear that 33% of corals are threatened, this has serious implications for island states, because coral beds are important spaces for the habitat of many species of fish, which we eat as part of our diet, which fishermen catch to sell to us. If we can't get these species, and we already know, in my youth, flying fish used to cost maybe, I don't know, $5 a hundred. You used to get so many flying fish, you could go with a wash pan or a wash basin, and it would be filled with flying fish. And often, the flying fish vendors and the sea egg vendors came up the road shouting at the same time or soon after one another, and you could take your pick of whether you wanted the sea eggs or whether you wanted the flying fish. And the flying fish were big. They were what we call now Guineaman, big flying fish. And you would get so many of them that you would roast them. The way people roasted breadfruits. You cannot now afford to roast a flying fish because a flying fish got served to people. It is so expensive. And they are expensive because they are scarce. And any commodity that is scarce, the market demands a higher price. Imagine that now happening. Same thing with sea eggs. Sea eggs have become very expensive. Imagine that happening now when you can get them legally. Imagine that now happening with snappers. Imagine it happening with pot fish. Imagine it happening with many of the species of fish which we routinely consume. And really, this is what we are looking at when the statistics tell us that 33% of corals are in danger, because this is where the potfish tend to be found, in certain areas in and around reefing structures. Coral reefs also act as a major, and I have to thank, I'm seeing Senator Nurse looking at me, but I have to thank his brothers, two of whom were my PSs, and from whom I learned a great deal. So I wish to acknowledge that, even as I sit with him in this chamber. Coral reefs are important in the ecosystem for protecting the coastlines of islands. They act as buffers to the wave systems that come toward the beach. They help to nourish our beaches. If 33% of our coral reefs are in danger, then our by extension, not just is our fish stocks threatened, but our beaches are by extension also threatened. I spoke about the marine mammals which are under threat. Those are our food, part of our food supply. We cannot scoff at this in a situation where previously we thought that it was easy to import, when we now know that whether pandemics or wars affect and disrupt supply chains, result in inflation, make it difficult for us to get things that were commonly on the shelves in the supermarkets. It is a caution to us that we must grow our own food, that we must protect our animal and fish stocks, that we must go back to some element of backyard and personal farming, whether you only grow a cabbage or whether you put some spinach on your paling or your fence. Things to help to nourish your family, to cut your personal food bill, and to ensure that our food import bill, which is extremely high, is reduced. And I've given the figure here in this Parliament before. 1 million animal and plant species are under threat or have become extinct. And it means something. There is a consequence for all of us. When Senator Monroe, Dr. Monroe Knight spoke, she spoke to the issue of traditional knowledge and traditional methods of healing, Circe Bush and other teas. Well, as she was speaking, I was shaking my head. I did say to her that I do not drink anything that tastes bad. So I don't have Circe Bush or any other tea that does not have a good taste. But I also resist these traditional medicines because my argument is that you do not know the chemical composition of these things, and nobody knows what quantities you should take them in or what you should mix them with. But I acknowledge that there is traditional knowledge that we have not appropriately harnessed and which grandparents are not passing on to grandchildren. So even though I know my mother talked about parsley and how good it was, I could not take you anywhere, and at least I don't think I can. I may. But a lot of Barbadians could not identify parsley for you. And if they saw it in a salad in a restaurant, would not know that that is what their grandmother or great-grandmother used to call parsley. They just wouldn't know. They would say, I had the most delicious microgreens at whatever restaurant today. They wouldn't know. Yes, this is absolutely delicious. Your grandmother used to eat that, eh? We just didn't know. But this traditional knowledge is important and must be harnessed before it is lost because it has economic value. I do not know if a lot of people are aware that one of the derivatives of which went into making the COVID-19 vaccination came from the terrestrial waters of Jamaica, and they did not know until the vaccine was made. And this is why it is important for us to start to become aware of our genetics, or our genetic supply in terms of our biodiversity, what we have, what we don't have, what its economic value is, and what its value is to native populations. Because like Senator King, I believe that we have to deal first with ourselves before we start dealing with external persons. but it is important for us to determine if we have products that are viable as ingredients or basis for other things like vaccines, which are high value. Imagine if Jamaica was able to derive economic benefit. I don't know how many million COVID-19 vaccines have been administered in the world, but if Jamaica was able to get just a fraction of the revenue from that, then they would be significantly better off. Going hand in hand with the protection of our biodiversity is the CITES legislation, which comes from the Convention for the Protection of Endangered Species. And it is critical, therefore, in addition to knowing our biodiversity, that we are able to identify the native and indigenous species which are under threat or are going extinct, and do our best to protect them. I mean, whether it is the koala bear or the kangaroo or other species that are endemic to other countries, there is a value. People want to go places and see camels or see elephants. They go on safaris. Biodiversity, animal life does have value for enriching the environment, but also because people enjoy seeing species when they visit that are not native to their own countries. And it should not become nostalgic for us to see mongooses or ladybirds, or to not be able to try to describe to a great niece or a great nephew of another generation what a ladybird is. There is as well a connection between the issue of biodiversity protection and climate change. Very often we lose biodiversity because of development, because of urbanization, the development of housing. Senator Monroe Knight spoke very eloquently to it. I happen to love Dunks, and the areas of Cave Hill around Wanstead and Husbands were prime areas for Dunks. These were never regrown when they were chopped down to put up housing developments. And housing developments are necessary. But now we have to, I remember when I became minister, part of what the town planning department did was, when I was planning minister as well, insisted that you had to plant a tree, at least one tree, on your lot. We should insist that when construction takes place in particular areas, that native species or certain species are replanted elsewhere or replanted in the open lots that usually are just left in bush in the area. When town planning requires that you have a green space, the developer invariably, it is a lot that could not have been used for housing anyway. It is not even, so it isn't easy to maintain it, but that is the area that really a good lot should be used, and that is the area in which we should put some of these plants again, because we are in danger now, it seems to me. I haven't done any kind of scientific survey, but just from driving around and not being able to find Dunks trees or certain kinds of plum trees, we really need to be very careful about what we are losing and make some attempt to try to get them back. We now have the space that we are calling the National Botanical Garden. Well, that would be appropriate for planting some of these areas. I know that at St. Andrew at one time, the Minister of Agriculture had been experimenting with many different species of plants and fruits and so on. I don't know whatever happened to those projects. I remember one year going down there to the plant conservation place down in Haggett's, and St. Andrew. And it was a gift to my husband, actually, and I bought several species of fruit trees and plants so that we could go home and put in our yard. But I don't know that people are doing this anymore. I don't even know if they are still cultivating the varietals of fruit and various crops that they had there at that time. So that in planning our housing, in planning our development, if it is hotel development, I mean, we know that hotels have impacted the mangrove spaces in the country and our mangrove swamps. So in making our plans for development, we also should automatically build in a biodiversity plan, where we know that certain species, animal and plant species, are going to be lost. Climate change, apart from urbanization, climate change is also impacting our biodiversity, whether it is the heat, whether, as in the case of the marine environment, it is the sargassum, whether it is changing temperatures of one sort or another, increasingly dry conditions, problems getting access to water, the impacts of climate have also had deleterious implications for our plant and animal life, and we have to be conscious that this is one of the consequences of climate change, and we have equally to make plans when we speak about climate change to understand the implications for the disappearance of our biodiversity and for the consequences as well in terms of those who previously made a living, or the interconnectedness of the various species of plants and animals and the implications for whether it is for our own lives and for growing various crops. I note that the biodiversity action plan and strategy proposes to deal with the problem of invasive alien species. Mongooses were brought in and they have overrun. The giant African snail is an invasive species that has no natural predators in our environment, and there are others. There is a bug which came in, I think, in construction materials, and a lot of persons who would have had pine, for instance, building their kitchen cupboards have had to pull them out completely because the pest is so invasive that it has eaten down or eats down a lot of cupboards and woods and so on. So all of these things are things that we have to be conscious of, and the connection between biodiversity and our construction sector, which is not a link that people make naturally, but which is extremely important in terms of preserving or protecting our biodiversity. The action plan speaks to the issue of coral reefs, and I've indicated why this is important. It also aims to identify and reduce the threats to species, whether animals or plants or microorganisms, and to ecosystems generally. And I think it was Senator Harewood who made the point that really all of these things together form an ecosystem, an interconnected, interdependent ecosystem, which is important to us as human beings. So it isn't just for the preservation of the earth, which the Lord asks us to do in the Bible, but it really has to do with our own preservation. Critically, the action plan seeks to document scientific knowledge, and I hope that that will include traditional knowledge and traditional practices, which are important, because from the traditional, then you can assess or evaluate the science. But you have to start with the traditional knowledge. The scientists can learn a lot from the old people. I know too that there was some plan around the green monkey and speaking to it in terms of its nuisance capabilities. I don't know if that's well articulated, but you know what I mean. Its impact as a nuisance for the farming sector and for households. People complain that the monkeys can become very aggressive, they interfere with pets. Where I live in rural Barbados, I live in St. Thomas. I not only see mongooses, you cannot live at my house if you are afraid of centipedes, because, almost every day at my house I see a centipede. I see centipedes in sizes that I did not even know centipedes used to come in, because really I live in what was old cane ground, which was not farmed for many years. So the biodiversity welcomed me. And there are lots of monkeys in my area as well. Birds that I did not know. I heard my parents talk about Barbie doves. I did not know that these were special white dove. We have them, lots of them. I have bees making with, what do you call them, hives of honey that the people who come and get them say that it's really very rare because of the combination of plants and so around us. So there's great value in this, but we really have to be very careful. And the point that I was making about the green monkeys is that we have to develop an approach to the green monkeys, which is a standalone from the biodiversity action plan. And the reason I say this is because, you know, there are a lot of people out there who not just in Barbados, but outside of Barbados, who place extremely high value on animals of all types. And you can tell them, as people say, until the cows come home, about how much of a nuisance the monkeys are, how they are destroying crops, and so on, and it will make no difference. But at the time when I was health minister, health and environment minister, we used to Jean Valou in St. Andrew used to have a project collecting monkeys and sending them overseas for scientific experimentation. And while there was a belief that this added to, but now Walker's Reserve, this added to the scientific knowledge and to the experimentation, which allowed for the development of pharmaceuticals and so on, the lobby against it internationally was tremendous. And I used to receive hundreds of letters every week. There was a campaign, so that when we speak, I know that the action plan speaks to the monkey as a pest and speaks to how it will address this, but this has to be handled very carefully, because while we have one perspective in Barbados born out of our daily experience, there are people who are overseas who will be telling you that the monkey has more value than some Bajans. So we really need to be very, very careful with this. So these are some of the elements which comprise the biodiversity action plan and strategy. Its general objectives are in line with the HE biodiversity targets, which is the international biodiversity strategy developed in 2011 by the United Nations, and it is good for us to be in line with the best international practices and standards. So I'm glad that we are making that alignment. Of course, this 2011, this HE, the HE targets would have been developed long after Barbados had its first biodiversity action plan, but now we are going to be in line with what is considered to be modern thinking and best practices. The Bible tells us the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof. Our responsibility is to be stewards of what we have been given. And we must think of ourselves as the stewards of the earth and the protectors of the biodiversity, the animals, the plants, the living organisms, whether they are our food, whether they are for beauty, they are part of God's creation like we are. And we are called to protect Mother Earth. And this is exactly what this action plan and strategy purports to do. And I am therefore delighted to accept the biblical injunction now put into legislation and strategy here in Barbados. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, Senator Thompson. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I'd like to move the suspension of this sitting of the Senate for 1 hour to resume at 3:25 p.m.
The question is that this sitting be suspended until 3:25 p.m. today. Honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The thing the ayes have it. This sitting is so suspended until 3:25 p.m. Senator Dr. Monroe Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mears.
Mr. President, I too broadly support this resolution. It has been a long time in coming. Mr. President, it's interesting that we are today debating a resolution that specifically deals with national biodiversity when COP15 is happening in Montreal. And COP15 is a biodiversity conference. And I wondered whether, with the extent of this document, if we truly have enough time to digest all that is written in it. Because, as several senators have said already today, it is probably one of the most important pieces of, or one of the most important resolutions that has come to us in this Senate for a long, long time, and will have long-lasting consequences. I was a little bit disappointed that there seems to be some confusion in the document and some obvious errors that I know could have been there because the document wasn't totally reviewed. For example, it does not, underwater, it specifically does not speak to desalination. And we all know that our Barbados Water Authority has become a distributor of water more so than a producer of water. So desalination is a significant part and significant source of water in this country. But, Mr. President, I marked in the document a few things, and one of them was biodiversity loss. And the Deputy President, Senator Thompson, mentioned sea eggs. And those of us who grew up, like Senator Harewood, by the beach and have family whom, if you stuck them with a needle, salt water would probably come from their veins. We will recall the days when beaches like Silver Sands were covered with sea eggs. And now, while I have not seen and I have not participated in sea eggs in recent times, sea eggs are a rare thing. But they're still there. And we have to ask, what has happened that has caused it? Is it just overfishing, or is it some of the effects of what we're doing on the land? I think it was Senator Brathwaite who spoke of products, agricultural products, like Roundup, that is banned in North America and banned in 40 countries, is still imported in this country under a new name and sold. And you have to ask, if we know this, why are we still allowing it? Is there not legislation that allows the government to stop and ban the importation of Roundup in the same way that we banned Velpar? There has to be accountability. So we can't have a name ban, we have to ban the product. Now, invasive species, Mr. President, is a clear and present danger to our biodiversity. You've seen the giant African snail and how it's spread all over Barbados. I'm sure it provides food for some animals like the mongooses and the rats, and it probably plays its part and has found its own niche in the ecosystem. But the red lionfish, Mr. President, that we so greatly feared, Bajans have found a new use for. We eat it. And we eat it in a way that the lionfish, it frightens the lionfish. Because essentially, what used to be very plentiful 10 years ago is now hardly seen. Still there, but not as much as before. And it just says that one animal will come in, and we declare that it is going to take over, and another animal declares, no, you are just food. And it provides another source of food for a different animal. And eventually all settles back down. That's how nature is, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, there is a section of the document that deals with fisheries. And it details a quite sad story. And it's probably the first time I've seen so well laid out a document that speaks to what's happened to our fishing industry from 2010. And in this document, it lays out the tonnage of fish landed at the fishing facilities. And it shows that indeed, flying fish has dropped from 2,424 tons to 4,069. And we know the fish are much smaller. What used to fit into one salt bread now can fit, you have to put 4 into the same salt bread because they're so small. 4 fish, they're so small. They're tiny. But interestingly, tuna has gone from 117.
Senator Mary, you may just want to repeat those flying fish numbers. I think they might have been
Yes, it says in the document 2,424 in 2010 and 2016, 469.
Right. No, you just said 4,000, so I know you meant
Sorry,
400.
apologies.
But just for the record.
469.
Great, thanks.
My apologies, Mr. President. And tuna has gone from 117 to 307. Now, that's a very interesting economic upturn. And that is because, Mr. President, and you will note that the number of boats, longliners, has increased. And it probably means, Mr. President, that we're fishing tuna, which is very profitable. But we don't eat the tuna. The tuna is exported. So it earns foreign exchange. So what we have to then do, Mr. President, for all the fish that Barbadians consume is import fish. So this very, very interesting and detailed document, this excellent document, shows what has been happening to our fishing fleet and what's been happening to possibly our fish stocks. Now, I mentioned that to come to something that I would like to see happen, Mr. President. I grew up close to a fishing village and spent lots of time and have lots of family who still fish. And I go to the fish markets. I've never encountered any of my colleagues in the fish markets, but I go to fish markets at least once a week. Mr. President, I am amazed at what we've been doing to the dolphin stocks. Where you can find a dolphin that cannot measure 2 feet being sold. It is a travesty. And the nonsense being peddled that it's a different species of dolphin is rubbish. There are young dolphins that are being sold. And if we eat the young fish stocks, we will just destroy what we have. There needs to be regulation, Mr. President, that regulates the size of the fish you can land. And there needs to be fines for landing undersized fish. You can't speak of biodiversity and preservation and allow people to destroy the fish stock. So I hope, Mr. President, that all the persons who read this wonderful document will look at it seriously, relate it to what is happening, and take some action. Now, our water resource, Mr. President, contrary to what the document says, is not all groundwater. Significant part is desal water. And if you're going to have sustainability, we still have to protect it. And we therefore have to regulate what goes into the fields in terms of agricultural products for fertilizers and what pesticides we use. Otherwise, we'll find ourselves in a situation where we cannot drink what is being pumped from the groundwater source, and we'll all be paying more for desaled water. Now, Mr. President, I participated on my own in something called No Cut, No Spray Month. So in May, I did not cut any grass or spray any chemicals on a small plot of land that I play around with. And I am currently paying the price for it, Mr. President, because everything has grown. Everything has grown. But what is interesting is that the trees that used to have 5 fruit now have 8. And it probably means that I have not been killing the insects like it used to be. But it comes at a price. And I listened to Senator Thompson speak of not seeing ladybirds. I would have her know that in some parishes, there are ladybirds aplenty. And there are fireflies. But in the urban corridor, where everybody cuts the grass and sprays the lawns, you will not find them. You have to go in the countryside to see them. And we must bear in mind that with everything that we do, because we human beings want things to be manicured. We want to see that lot in front of us that is vacant with 2 inches of grass on it, no retirement. But we need such things. We need to let the grass grow and let it flower and do all the things and have the insects grow and have the ecosystems. They are important. We can't have all lawns and naked concrete. The country wasn't made like that. Mr. President, with your permission, I would like to digress a little bit. We all attended the independence celebrations, and I would like to first of all congratulate all the people who received national honors. But I was particularly pleased, Mr. President, that Mr. Alombe Motley was honored. That was long in coming. But what really moved me, Mr. President, was when I listened to a tuck band integrated with the police band. It said that culturally, that we had become bold enough and brave enough to accept tuck as ours. And to be able to play tuck with our internationally acclaimed police band is a remarkable thing. And I hope that in time, those people who have promoted tuck will be acknowledged. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator. Senator Nurse.
Thank you, Mr. President. This has been a really interesting debate so far, and I've learned some things from it as well. We've learned about the difficulties with some of our marine species, the problems now being experienced, as mentioned just now by Senator Maynard, the catch of under age dolphins and so on. We've heard a little bit about the birds and the bees from Senator from Senator Thompson, but it's been a rich debate, and so I don't think that we've covered a lot. It don't necessarily have to be long, but it is. I thought I needed to speak on it because it is this is something that is very near and dear to me. and which I think is absolutely necessary. And therefore, I rise to be able to just lend my voice to it and to support, of course, the resolution. I say it's near and dear to me because I have encountered certain aspects relating to the whole question of the biodiversity that has caused me to think much more and to research more into the issues in the area. I, for example, used to be a scuba diver, and you know, over the years, I have seen for myself the degradation of the corals, for example. I have seen the effects of damage to the coral reefs and so on. And it led me to think that this is such an important aspect of our biodiversity that we need to really do much more in terms of education, and much more in terms of ensuring that our marine areas are really specially protected. I have also, in the past, have had the opportunity to fish in the Graham Hall Swamp and to eat some lovely tilapia from that swamp. And of course, I wouldn't do it now. I don't think I would wish to eat any fish from that swamp for a long time, seeing as what has transpired within recent times. But it just reinforces to me the need to have a really solid, strategic biodiversity plan, as this plan certainly seems to be pretty sound and on solid ground. And so I just want to, as I said, I've heard lots of the aspects relating to biodiversity, so I don't need to repeat or rehash them really. But I wanted to just look briefly at point 4 in the resolution, which speaks to be it resolved that Parliament of Barbados reminds Barbadians of the importance of the conservation, management, and responsible and sustainable utilization of Barbados's biological, genetic, and land resources. I just want to spend a few minutes really on more specifically on the land resources, and to speak to an issue which I trust government will take near and dear to their hearts, and give it the kind of leadership that I have seen given to projects like the Botanic Gardens, for example, the development of the Corinage waterway right up, I think it's right up now to the Globe roundabout. And one of the things that I've been saying for a long time, for years, I would really like to see that extended right up to the prisons, really, at Station Hill. Because remember, that's all the water course really comes, which used to end up as part of into the Corinage, was water coming from all of those areas in Station Hill and further up. And, you know, that, to my mind, would be something which
demonstrates, for example, how we can develop and protect our biodiversity, while at the same time being an economic generator. Because I can see the opportunities for kayaking and you know, rowing and other water sports right up along that waterway. And so I really think that if developed in that way, that adds to our overall tourism projects and, of course, for us locals. So we see how we can put these things together in terms of generate, they don't have to be, because we are protecting our biodiversity, doesn't mean that it can be an economic investment as well. And so I would like to see something like that. But the issue that I really wanted to speak to really relates to the Barbados National Park. And I don't know how much of us may be aware, but in the physical development plan of 1988, I think it was, 1988, which was actually approved in Parliament. It speaks to the Barbados National Park. And you're probably wondering, well, what is this Barbados National Park? What it refers to is that whole area from Archer's Bay, approximately, right along the St. Andrew and the St. Andrew coastline, incorporating all of the Scotland district area, and right down to, I think it is about Consett Bay. And that has been identified as what should be the Barbados National Park. And it was repeated in the subsequent physical development plan revised in 2003. Again, approved in Parliament. And I understand, and I'm pretty sure I am aware that in the 2017 physical development plan, which hasn't come to Parliament as yet because it's still in draft, that also encompasses this whole question of the Barbados National Park. So it is obviously successive administrations obviously see it as a significant aspect of preserving our national heritage. And therefore, what we need now to see is some leadership to push that whole project and get it moving, as we have done, as I said, as I mentioned previously, with things like the botanical gardens and so on. So why am I highlighting this specifically? Because that whole Scotland district area, which is, as we know, approximately 1/7 of the land area in Barbados, is teeming with all aspects of the biodiversity of which we have been talking and speaking about today. You have lots of wildlife, you have lots of various flora and fauna. You have the coastline, where you have things like the leatherback and the green turtle and other turtles coming to nest and so on. So that is an area which is teeming with biodiversity and which, in my view, needs to be managed and regulated in a very serious way. As we know, that area is particularly fragile. The land, for example, is consisted of clays and shale and limestone and so on, but which makes that area pretty unstable. And we know the problems when there's every year when there's heavy rainfall. And only, I believe it was last week or this week, I was reading about an area in St. Andrew, for example, which is because of the situation with the road. It's almost, people are complaining that, look, if this thing gets any worse, this community is going to be cut off from the rest of this. So our plan, our strategy, needs to also take into consideration, along with all the issues relating to marine life and relating to the flora and fauna, needs to be able to make sure that management of that particular area is really seriously contemplated and looked at in as we look to implement that strategy, the biodiversity strategy. It has the potential to be ideally to be the national park because of its topography, which is so really different from the rest of Barbados. That has that almost mountainous aspect of it. And so much is different. And one of the things I would really like to see is, we used to have, or we still do, what it seems to be really in need of some life and reactivation. And I am talking about the Soil Conservation Department. A lot of work. I remember in the years going back in the 60s and the 50s and so on. This was a department which did a lot of really outstanding work in that area. But it seems within recent times that not much is happening there at all. But again, that has to be part of that department and the services and the work that has been done has to be revised in order to develop the national park and the whole area of which we speak. I believe Senator Thompson also mentioned in her debate about Haggett's again, for example. And, I've passed there within recent times, and it really looks, again, like nothing really, not much is happening there either. But yet, that was the place where you wanted your fruit trees, and you wanted plants, and you wanted, various types of vegetation and so on. You went to Haggett's, and you got all your trees. But again, nothing much seems to be happening there. And those departments are really important and significant as part and will play an important part in this whole strategy of which we speak. I think that there's a lot of potential for developing that national park and creating, again, some other added tourism, tourism projects in the area. And we have a lot we can speak about in the area. We have many historic buildings and sites in that area. Covers things like Codrington College. You know, we have Cherry Tree Hill, and we have many other things happening. We have the Wildlife Reserve, for example, and incidentally, we should probably pay our respects to Mr. Below, who ran that reserve and who I understand passed away sometime last week, a sudden heart attack or something like that. But he did a lot of work in terms of, and which is all part of what we are speaking of. Again, I hate to refer to Senator Thompson again, but for example, the monkeys, for example, which he developed that and actually shipped overseas, and they were used for manufacturing the manufacture of the polio vaccine, the green monkeys. So while as we say, there are going to be people who may protest of being cruel or inhumane to animals and so on, we recognize that there are things that they can be used for and useful to in terms of the whole development and helping in the health systems for us as human beings. As I mentioned, the other aspects of wildlife, the tourists or visitors have gone to that area, and there's horse riding stables, for example, in that area. So it has the ruggedness. It is, I wouldn't say underdeveloped, but it's certainly at a stage of development which makes it right if managed properly, and we don't allow overdevelopment to take place. It has that aspect about it of being an extremely good site or area for developing or ecotourism. And they also, in that area as well, and I am told by experts, we have the Greenland site, which I understand from the experts can now be used as maybe a lake or used for maybe sport fishing but the point is, the point is, Mr. President, that is right now an idle asset. And again, it can be resuscitated. There can be fish farming, which I understand is also a possibility. So there are all aspects that we can look at as we contemplate how we move ahead with our biodiversity strategy. One of the problems, though, Mr. President, is that several different aspects of this strategy will be located in various ministries. You have aspects which will pertain to the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of the Environment, the Coastal Zone Management Unit, and I'm not so sure which ministry that, I don't recall which ministry that falls under, the Ministry of the Blue Economy, I believe. Right. But the point is that unless we have some level of coordination, somebody to be able to drive these strategies and be able to coordinate among all the departments. And we know how ministries of government operate. They tend to be, you know, not at all seeing the big picture, but seeing it from the perspective of my ministry. And rather than looking to create solutions, you find the problem. There's a problem, but let us try to work together. And so I think that I don't know how government could deal with that, but certainly some person at a high level or some department at a high level should coordinate all of the various issues relating to our strategy that will see it move ahead. And I think that government is serious about it, because I recognize that funding, Senator Knight mentioned the aspect of some funding being set aside to drive this project. And I hope that as time goes on, a plan for educating the general population and making them to understand the importance of the whole issue will form a significant part of the strategy as well. Because I think that is a big part of our problem that many of our folks, sad to say, do not appreciate issues like, of which we are currently discussing. And I think that maybe even in terms of our school system, maybe the time is right for a subject which deals, specifically with issues relating to our biodiversity, so that our students from a very early age come to appreciate the various issues, the problems that can evolve if we do not speak to these issues, and if we continue to treat our environment in the manner in which we have been going for some time now. And so, Mr. President, I think this is a good strategy, well laid out, and I can only hope that we now have the energy and the leadership, as I said earlier, to put behind this entire strategy and to see it redound to the benefit of all Barbadians. With those few words, Mr. President, I'm obliged to.
Thank you very much, Senator Nurse. Senator Dr. Hines.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. President, for acknowledging me. This afternoon, as we are discussing the resolution that addresses the Barbados National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan 2020 and seeks to implement this as the guiding national policy document for the management and conservation of biodiversity in Barbados, I would like to focus specifically on that action plan, the Barbados National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan 2020. It contains 12 targets, a number of actions and activities, and we expect that the timelines as laid out in the document are between 2025 and 2035. So 2025, 2030, and 2035 are the target years for achieving these 12. The document is broad, and I learned a lot from it, including about the leaf-toed gecko, which was previously thought to be extinct, but rediscovered on Culpeper Island in 2011. That was quite interesting to me. I like the fact that since I have been here, we have spoken a lot about the environment, and that is a very positive sign. It shows that there is significant emphasis on environmental issues, and that this is a priority of the current government, and that is certainly laudable. There is a focus in this document on ecosystem services, and ecosystem services, according to the document, speaks of the benefits people can derive from ecosystems. So while we focus on biodiversity, which is good, which is useful, there was something that came out of the document to me, and I think that also came out of some of the presentations today that spoke about the way in which we seem to value biological diversity for what it offers us. Not that it is intrinsically valuable, but for what it offers us. So the benefits people can derive from ecosystems. So we can see value in ecosystems because it offers something to us as human beings. This is an anthropocentric way of thinking about the environment, and is probably one of the reasons why we face the problems that we face, because we can be quite instrumentalist in thinking about many things. So what is the value of a sea turtle? How does it benefit us? Oh, you know why it is valuable? It is valuable because when visitors come to Barbados, they want to go on a catamaran or a boat ride and see the turtles. So this is why it is valuable. This is why these are valuable. And one of the things that I would hope is that we start to have, in addition to the education, which this strategy and action plan does detail. It does detail actions, including education at the school level as well as at the public level. In addition to that kind of education, which is just teaching about, when I say just, I don't mean to belittle, but it is teaching at the level of this is what biological diversity is, and these are the many strategies that we can pursue. I think it is also important for us to shift our mindsets away from thinking about the value of things in our natural environment as related to what we can get from it. It is valuable to us because we can have a whole set of services, cultural, tourism, and what have you around them, because we can generate revenue from it. And of course, these things are valuable, but this is not the reason why we should focus on ecosystems or biological diversity. The section on invasive alien species, this made me pause for a moment, considering that the most invasive species is probably humans. I don't know that the lionfish has caused more problems for marine life than we have. So while we seek to manage other invasive species, it is really important that we manage ourselves as well, that we really think about how we operate on this planet, not just in Barbados. If we are genuinely concerned about biological diversity. There are a few areas that I want to focus on. One is monitoring. The word monitoring comes up in this document several times. More than 35 times I counted, and it means different things. So we have data collection for the monitoring of shooting of birds. That is one area that Senator Maynard seemed to have been interested in during a previous debate. So we have that monitoring. We have the monitoring relating to coral reefs. We have the monitoring and management of this plan in its entirety. And if we go through the document, there are so many things, so many of the actions that require monitoring from different entities, that it raises the question about how we coordinate all of this monitoring in order to understand if this plan, if this strategy and action plan will actually be successful. And I say this because this plan also lays out what happened with the previous one, 2002. And one of the things that I noticed is that there are several gaps. The document itself notes implementation gaps. And some of these gaps have to do with funding, financing, of course, human resources and skills, legislative hurdles. But I think taking stock of what we are doing along the way, the monitoring and the verification of what is actually happening will be critical to making sure that we move beyond having lovely documents, which we are very good at putting together, towards actually dealing with the problem or the issue that we face. So when I looked at, well, I mentioned that already, finances, human resources, right, legislative hurdles, also the SWOT analysis of the plan notes financial circumstances again, insufficient resources to establish a national biodiversity unit, and limited resources for it. This is under the threats. Competition from other sources seeking to execute projects. So it is quite useful that I think this strategy really assesses not only what is possible, but what can threaten that which is possible. And even while acknowledging some of these limitations and moving towards the establishment of a national biodiversity unit, the fact that this unit will comprise 7 staff, to me, means that it is already constrained because of how extensive this plan is. This plan is wide. 7 staff, I am not certain that they are going to be able to do all that they're asked to do to monitor the implementation of this plan. So even though getting the resources to establish this unit might be a problem, and some people may not necessarily think that this is the best use of resources, I do think that this unit is being set up from inception to really struggle with this task at hand because it is quite small. So I would love to see that in the future it is expanded so that it does some of the coordinating across ministries as well that would be necessary and moves in the direction of assisting with the monitoring. The next thing that I wanted to speak about is the consultation and the participatory nature of coming up with this document, and also about the implementation, which also is supposed to be participatory and include consultation. And there's another word that reoccurs, and that word is stakeholders. I hear that word in here a lot. I've read many government documents, and stakeholders is a word that we love to use, but sometimes I'm unclear as to what we mean and who are the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? Who has a stake in this? Who has a stake? And this is not to say or to imply that people have been left out, but it is to ask that the stakeholders be noted in the document. So for instance, if we have consulted with, and I do see University of the West Indies, CERMIS in there, which is wonderful, but if we have consulted with them and with other organizations and entities that are involved in the field, this should be noted, and this should be noted for transparency. This is a practice that I've seen in other places. For instance, looking at the Ford Commission's document when we had the last constitutional review. That was provided when they looked at the commission, the Thorne Commission that dealt with local governance as well. There's a list of the contributions and those persons who participated. And I think this is important because there may be stakeholders who, for whatever reason, may not have known about this process, may have been left out, maybe inadvertently, or those who are picking up this document for the first time and are, like me, wondering, who are the stakeholders? What was the exact process that we went through? So I think it is useful to consider being clear and open as to who the stakeholders are that have been included in these processes, so that, first of all, people know, but also if there are others who believe that they have a stake, that they themselves can ask some questions about why certain groups were selected over others, because that can be quite contentious at times as well. Who are the people that have a stake? And there is some work that has been done that indicates that sometimes the use of this term stakeholder is done in a very selective way. So I, for instance, am doing consultation on trade, and I believe that there are certain groups that have a stake in this, that are interested. We believe that there are certain groups. And in doing that, we are making an effort, but we may have left out other groups that we did not envisage to have a stake, who themselves believe that they should have been included in the process. So that is just a little bit on participation and the consultative element of this, which I would love to see expanded. And there still is a chance for the expansion, because as we go forward, and this is done in a participatory way, so that various organizations, groups, and individuals who work in this area or have an interest are brought on, we know who they are, what they're doing, and what stake they have in this. And this is an area that I have particular interest in, because it's an area in which I work on consultation, and I don't like to use the word stakeholder so much, but participatory governance. Finally, the balance between development and biological diversity. And this is the one thing that is very general relating to this. We know that tourism is significant. When we think about our economy, construction is important, commerce is important as well. When we read our newspapers and we follow our news, we hear about how our business is doing for independence. How was the Black Friday sale? Christmas is coming. What are the Christmas sales like? Back to school sales. We are very much involved in the selling of stuff, consumption, consumerism. These are some of the things that are driving our economies. Even when we think about tourism, we think about the tourist spend. How much money is circulating in the economy? And I wonder if there is a way that we can appropriately deal with the two of these things at the same time. On the one hand, this emphasis on consumption, consumerism, and these kinds of commercial activities driving the economy in terms of our own activities and those of tourists. But what are the resultant effects of this in terms of the generation of waste through all of this consumption? When we go and buy all this Christmas stuff now, everybody can be in town looking for some decorations and lights and all of these different things, trees, plastic trees, the real trees, all kinds of things. When we do all of this and we create the waste, what are the consequences of this for the same biological diversity that we are talking about when we get into this habit of so much consumption that is critical to the economic activities that we seek to encourage? When we encourage entrepreneurship, we want people to make things, manufacture things. Are we doing this while being cognizant of that other element? Is there a way that we can divorce these two things and still respect both of them appropriately? Land use becomes critical in this. Some of the observations I heard today have a lot to do with land use. I used to see a lot of ladybugs when I was a child. I used to see a lot of egrets as well. Right now, in the area where I used to see those things, now I see Queen's College. Next to, there used to be a lot of area around me, and all of it is now housing development. Housing development, a school. So there is the loss of this biological diversity, and it has to do with the fact that we are doing things for ourselves which are important to us, that also are connected to, yes, we need to house people, we need to educate people, these things are obvious, but these are also connected to commercial activities, because those persons who are the developers who have established these residential areas, they weren't doing it for charity. They're doing it to earn. So how do we balance these things in ways that seriously take into consideration biological diversity? And there's still a Dunks tree out there that is in Senator Thompson's former constituency as well. It's right around the corner from me. So if you need some dunks, just let me know. We have a very big one. And it is a source of a lot of gathering of children and dogs and all kinds of things. But back to my point. Our activities, the activities that we encourage for economic development, seem to sometimes contradict the activities that we want to encourage when we focus on the environment. And if we're thinking about sustainable development, we have to think about ways to combine the two of these things, to create a happy marriage out of the two. Can this be accomplished? I am not certain. But before I get to the reasons why I'm not certain, I want to highlight something very important that we've spoken about today, the coral reefs, and how important the coral reefs are for biological diversity. And thinking about these two things. On the one hand, we are looking at economic development, and on the other hand, we have to think about our environment. Remember, in 2020, we had a report from CERMES, the Center for Resource Management and Environmental Studies at the UWI, that estimated that around 3.8 million square meters of our coral reefs were damaged between March and September 2020. This is an instance of not getting that balance correct. Here, this report, assessing anchoring impacts of cruise ships in Barbados during the COVID-19 pandemic 2022, revealed that 28 cruise ships anchored in Barbados between March 1st and September 1st, 2020, led to 132 anchor drops taking place. And the report goes on to note that despite the financial gains, there were financial gains from this, that the environmental impact far surpasses this. So when we go through our economic activities, when we think about how we are going to manage our financial situation, the fiscal situation, when we listen to these reports that tell us about 10% growth and we fetishize the growth rates, we may also need to temper this. Yes, fetishize. We're extremely obsessed with the growth rates. People are, 10%, it can't be 10%. I don't feel the 10%. I think sometimes we need to move away from that and think about the other things. You might have a 10% growth rate, but what are some of the consequences of some of the activities that have led to this in terms of the environmental impact? And I really hope that we can find ways to do this going forward if we are going to be serious about this. How do we combine a genuine focus on biological diversity with a continued emphasis on the development of commercial activities and consumption that threatens the emphasis on biological diversity? And we're all guilty of this. I'm guilty of it. We like to shop, we like to buy things, we throw away stuff. But we really have to all change our mindsets and really think about restructuring our economy as well, so that this environmental thing, the biological diversity, is not just in a silo in terms of how ministries operate in silos. It cannot be in a silo in all of our brains, in the brains of business persons. They too have to be conscious when they are conducting their business about these kinds of things. The environmental impact, not just climate change, that's the one that everybody talks about, but some of these other elements that are less publicized, the biological diversity, for instance. Barbados supposedly has a population issue. I keep hearing this, despite knowing that this is a very densely populated place. And I've heard proposals from some quarters about increasing the size of the population to drive the economy once again. How does this fit with a focus on biological diversity, especially considering some of the things that we have already discussed about housing developments, about the kinds of infrastructure that persons require when we increase the population? If we increase the population, will this mean that we need more infrastructure? bigger roads, other things that can encroach on our green and natural spaces and by extension, biological diversity. How do we manage these two things? How do we balance these two things? Even thinking about our tourism sector, we have around half a million people that come to the island annually. They require resources, well, that is what I read. Senator Cummins obviously can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know, there might be more, maybe less. But the point is, we have people coming in to the country who increase the population size on an annual basis, and our aim is to get more of them, not less. And we may also be seeking to bring other people on to the island. How does this fit with an emphasis on biological diversity? Will this frustrate those who have been tasked with ensuring that these actions and strategies take place by the established timelines? So there may be ways to balance these things, but are other activities that we pursue in our economy making it more difficult for those people who are going to be tasked with the monitoring and implementation of this strategy? In essence, I'm saying that in this highly capitalist-driven society in which we live, there are some significant contradictions of prioritizing things such as biological diversity. We can take this back to other conversations we've been having about climate change and marine protection and all of these things, and ask how we can have a fulsome treatment of these things considering the world in which we live. So this is a wider concern. I concede that this is the world in which we live, and since it is the world in which we live, I guess we have to find ways to do the best that we can. And this strategy seeks to do this. We are in the middle of a global capitalist environment, and we are forging a way to do our very best. But I encourage those responsible for the implementation of this plan to really take seriously the concern about monitoring so that we can do the little that we can to ensure that these actions don't come back to us in another 20 years as incomplete, as we saw from those in 2002, many of which are incomplete and have suffered from things, the usual things, the resource, human and financial resource limitations. With these limits in mind, and also with my caution to let us know who the stakeholders are and how they will be incorporated as we go along in implementing, I can support this being the guiding national policy document for the management and conservation of biodiversity in Barbados. Once again, emphasizing the significance of transparency in reporting of stakeholder involvement, monitoring its implementation and progress. And I thank you, Mr. President, for hearing me.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Hines. Senator Dr. Moronitte.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me also thank all of the honorable members who have risen to their feet today to speak to this resolution. I think that what we've heard is a clear recognition of the importance of the issue, this issue of biodiversity. I believe that there has been a resounding call for making sure that in the context of the rollout of this plan, the strategy and action plan, that we ensure that education and that we bring citizens along very critically. And as been acknowledged, the plan speaks to that very solidly. I want, Mr. President, to also, as has been done from the floor by a number of members who spoke, to also acknowledge the work, of course, of the Minister responsible for the Environment and National Beautification and Green and Blue Economy, Minister Adrian Ford, and his team for putting together the strategy and action plan. We've acknowledged that perhaps in the context of the first one being in 2002, that it's been quite a long time in terms of having the strategy updated, but we've also recognized that there have been a number of developments that have happened along the way to move us closer towards implementation, so that we have not necessarily been in stasis, but that we've been moving, and that the reports that have been submitted in the context of the UN Convention have really showed the effort that has been made, as has been indicated by successive governments, in order to treat this issue. I think that we're all recognizing is one that is complex there. Mr. President, I want to just highlight a couple of the concerns that were raised and to be able to speak to them. I know that Senator Nurse would have expressed some concern, particularly in terms of, for instance, the Scotland District, and to indicate that the government had indicated that we will be setting up the Scotland District Authority. It would have been noted that this would have been held back again in the context of COVID. The legislation would have passed, but in the context of the rollout of the Scotland District Rehabilitation Programme, that the Scotland District Authority will also come into force as soon as possible in order that those two processes work together, that there is an integration, and that we have an authority that helps to guide the work, oversees it, give leadership to it as it rolls out. There, again, a very kind of complex issue for which there's no easy solutions, again, because of the conditions within the Scotland District, but that there is a plan in place to provide the leadership and management, Mr. President. The question, Mr. President, was also put on the floor in terms of the leadership and of the process and how we will ensure that there is good management and proper coordination. Mr. President, as the strategy notes, there is a recommendation for a national biodiversity unit to do just that. In order to be able to coordinate. The strategy recognizes that currently within the Ministry of Environment, that there is a team that is working on this issue of biodiversity and conservation, but that is insufficient in order to give the necessary priority that is needed to this issue. And therefore, the strategy is making a call for a dedicated unit that will then be able to monitor the course of implementation, build coherence, be able to ensure that what has been articulated actually comes about, and be able to then also bring others to the table in order to advance implementation. I want to acknowledge that, as indicated by Senator Dr. Christina Hines, that perhaps the National Biodiversity Unit of 7 persons might be not enough, Mr. President, but we start somewhere. We start somewhere with a unit, a dedicated unit that builds on a number of initiatives, including a cabinet working group that I would have spoken to, including the efforts at mainstreaming the issue across several departments as well, so that those 7 persons working within that unit are not working on their own, but they're also as well working with other stakeholders. You made the point, Mr. President, previously, that this strategy, this national strategy and action plan is one that is not just owned by the government, but is also owned by us as individuals, and also the private sector, other agencies, CBOs, community groups, etc., that all will play a role in terms of implementation, also assisting with monitoring. But now that we have a structure that allows us to do that, we start somewhere, Mr. President. I also wanted to address the issue that was raised by Senator Maynard in terms of the fish stock. And as I would have noted previously, the Cabinet will be considering very soon a fisheries policy, and the fisheries policy is intended to provide a framework for us to address issues of overexploitation, but also as well capacity building within the fishery sector, education within the fishery sector, as well enhancement of the physical infrastructure to do with the fishery sector. Again, to ensure that we have a comprehensive policy that addresses the multifold issues that are impacting on the sector, again, in the context of preserving our biodiversity. So that, again, if we look at this document, Mr. President, and all of the reports, the 4th national report, the 5th national report, and we will see that all along there have been different plans that have been rolled out in order to be able to supplement the overall strategy. And that kind of process will continue. It is an iterative, evolving process that we have to then be able to understand that we cannot, in the context of everything that we've talked about here, the complexity of the process I spoke to before, the need in order to be able to protect, to be sensitive to the development, to be sensitive to the fact that we need to be able to use these resources in a sustainable way. And we know that Senator Hines wasn't here, Dr. Hines, sorry, wasn't here for the beginning of the conversation, but certainly we would have spoken to the intrinsic value of the ecosystem and of the biodiversity in itself. We would have spoken to that at great length. And also as well, the word balance would have been used several times in terms of how we balance the ecosystem and what happens and in the context of our human advancement and development. I think, as was recognized, Mr. President, again, it is not an easy solution, but it requires individual responsibility. And I hope that in the context of that question about balance, that there is a recognition that this is not something that government can do. Government will do as much as it can. We note as well that the government had introduced a policy for banning single-use plastics as well, and that was also in an effort, Mr. President, to then be able to address the issue of behavior change, behavior modification, then down the line also as well dealing with the issue of pollution, etc. So the government can create a legislative and policy framework, but we also have to take responsibility as well as citizens and as members of this community as well. Finally, Mr. President, as I close, I want to also as well note that and coming back to the point, I believe that it may have been Senator Nurse, and as I began, spoke to the idea that we need to ensure that we can bring the citizens of Barbados along. And one of the key groups within that has to be young people, Mr. President, as a critical set of, and before we don't like the word stakeholders, but a critical group of stakeholders in this. And as you would see in the strategy, there's clear focus on working in schools, so working from what you would call the ground up and making sure from very young that we also as well are reinforcing that message and instilling within young people a clear understanding of the importance of biodiversity. I take note, Mr. President, of the call for us to be transparent in terms of the stakeholders that have been involved in the consultation. And while no comfort may be taken from this floor, Mr. President, I do want to assure that the consultative process was extensive. It continues, Mr. President, not only in the context of having workshops and focus groups, but again, I point to the cabinet working group. Again, that involves stakeholders as well, not just government, private sectors, CBOs, individuals with key expertise. There's a clear understanding by this government that we cannot drive this on our own, Mr. President. Clear understanding that there has to be a shared responsibility for this plan to be successful. Mr. President, again, let me thank all of those who have commended this policy and led it to support. And again, noting that we stand in agreement that this is a significant a significant resolution for this House. Mr. President, I beg that this resolution do not pass.
The question is that this resolution, Parliament accepts the Barbados National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan 2020 as the guiding national policy document for the management and conservation of biodiversity in Barbados and the associated reports do now pass. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting says have it. This resolution is therefore now passed.
Day of July 2015, and was published in the Official Gazette as Resolution Number 20, 2015, on the 3rd day of August 2015, approving the lease to Rotary Club of Barbados South of a parcel of land, the property of the Crown, situate at Garfield Sobeys Sports Complex, Upton in the parish of Christchurch in this island, for the construction and development of a recreational facility for children with disabilities.
Senator Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg your permission to treat two items on the order paper at 3 and 4 as a cognate debate.
The question is that items 3 and 4 on the order paper, which relate to the rescission of a resolution previously passed and the approval of a new resolution on the same parcel of land to the same entity, essentially, be treated as a cognate debate. Of course, just to be clear, they will naturally be voted on separately as resolution item number 3 and item number 4. The question is that these items 3 and 4 be treated as a cognate debate. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. The thing is the ayes have it. Proceed, Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise today to go through a bit of background on this particular resolution. This resolution, in its principal form, dates back to 2010. At the time, the Rotary Club of Barbados South indicated its interest in leasing approximately 25,000 square feet of land in the area of the Garfield Sobeys Sports Complex at Wildy. Mr. President, that lease was subsequently approved by the then cabinet. It was approved by the then Parliament. It was passed through the Senate, and it was proclaimed thereafter. That process, as I have just outlined, between the initial arrangements in 2010 and thereafter the proclamation in 2015, then came to culmination in 2017, where it was proposed then to actually finalize the lease. At that time, the then administration of the Ministry of Housing discovered that there was not an entity so-called the Rotary Club of Barbados South. And I wish to treat to that not just as a policymaker in government, but as a Rotarian myself. And I say this because the Rotary Club internationally and the Rotary Club locally is not permitted by any of its regulations to own assets. It is required to create dedicated trusts managed by trustees that then take responsibility for any assets and their administration. And it is on that basis, therefore, that you will never anywhere hear of a Rotary Club owning the asset. And I will speak during the course of my presentation on some of the assets in which Rotary has invested resources raised through its philanthropic activities, but it does not own those assets. And so on that basis, in 2017, the then Ministry of Housing discovered that it could not lease the land to an entity called the Ministry, the Rotary Club of Barbados South, and that the correct name, as had been registered by Rotary at the time, was the Rotary Inclusive Play Trust. And that trust was therefore established for the purpose of taking responsibility for this 25,000 square feet of land. In 2017, thereafter, by the time this process was completed, the election of 2018 was called, and a process that started in 2010 ought to have culminated long before, then found itself in 2018 incomplete. Now we are here in 2022, and we are treating to, in the first instance, our order number 3, rescinding the original resolution, which called for the vesting of the lands to an entity called the Rotary Club of Barbados South, and instead vesting those lands at order number 4 to an entity called the Rotary Inclusive Play Trust. And that is the same tract of land, it is for the same purpose, and it is for the same group, but just structured very differently. Now, Mr. President, I was president of the Rotary Club in 2015, 2016, not this club, a different Rotary Club. And when I first joined the club, I heard of this particular project. When I became president of my club, the Rotary Club of Barbados, not the Rotary Club of Barbados South, I heard of this project. There were 2 clubs originally who partnered. There are 3 Rotary clubs in Barbados. My club is the parent club. Rotary Club South is the smallest and the youngest club. And Rotary Club of Barbados West is the 3rd club. Rotary Club of Barbados South and Rotary Club of Barbados West partnered and raised funds for the purpose of developing this particular project. And over the course of this life cycle, between 2010 and today, 2022, the commitment of the Rotary Clubs of Barbados to supporting inclusive play for children with disabilities, and not just disabilities, but I want to make it clear that it is children with disabilities and children with special needs in Barbados remains a constant. All of the things that needed to be changed, all of the things that may have been done incorrectly because people simply were anxious to have a project that was important being brought to fruition, did not make any changes, Mr. President, to the commitment of the Rotary Club of Barbados to support and capitalize this project. And it is there, Mr. President, that I want to anchor my comments, because among us here today we have honorable senators who are Lions, others who are associated with Optimists, others who are associated with Kiwanis, and myself, a Rotarian. But we also have people who belong to their respective church groups, their respective community groups, their respective various associations, and some people in the chamber are reminding me of their respective lodges. Yes, we have any number of persons who, in their civic-minded activities, are committed to ensuring that they can partner both with each other and in our communities to be able to bring projects like this to our country. Now, here is what this project is intending to do. Mr. President, I remember the current president of the Rotary Club of Barbados now, not Rotary Club of Barbados South. I remember when she became a member of Rotary, a parent of a child with special needs herself. She knew what it was like to navigate life dealing with a child with special needs. She knew what it was like to navigate life dealing with a child who was on the autistic spectrum. She knew what it was like to be able to have a challenge with trying to find placements in a mainstream school for her autistic son on a spectrum. She knew what it was like to put that child in a mainstream school and not have the professionals who were there unable or in a position to identify that there was something not quite so right. And so one of the early projects that I remember her investing in as a member of Rotary was a seminar at the Caveville School of Business, partnering with the University of the West Indies and others to have a seminar so that teachers in classrooms can identify when a child is behaving differently than you can see other children, What does that mean? Does it mean that that child is problematic? Is that child hard ears? That child is to be sent into the corner? No. That child sometimes may be on the spectrum, and you may need to be able to identify that child. And a story that one of the persons who participated in that session that day spoke about stayed with me. She told a story, Mr. President, of a teacher in a classroom. And teachers, you know, at the end of the school year, you close off your classroom, at the beginning of the school year, you come back and you're excited about your children being back in class, and you're changing it around, and you want to make it exciting. You're painting, you're putting different things down, and you move the classroom, and you set it up differently than it was set up at the end of the last term. And this little boy, he was probably around 4 or 5 years old. He was nonverbal, but he was used to doing things in a particular way. He was used to coming in, he put down his bag, he moved, he knew where his desk was, he sat down, he had a routine, he had structure, and everything was in place. And the teacher changed around the classroom to begin the new school year. And this child came in, and day after day after day, he did exactly what he did last term. He put his bag exactly where he put it the term before. He tried to sit down exactly where he sat the term before. And the teacher did not know, because she had not been trained and had not been exposed as to what that could have meant. And in the wrong circumstances, it may simply have put the teacher in a compromised position, because she doesn't know how to deal with this child and how to get the child to do what is, in principle, the right thing, the thing that he is being told to do. In the wrong circumstances, that child may seem as though he hard ears. He floating authority. I purpose in my heart this, why doing it? That's exactly what I'm doing. But that child turned out to be on the spectrum. And routine and structure becomes so important to a child on that autistic spectrum. And so the president of the Rotary Club of Barbados, Ms. Tracy Knight Lloyd, and her son Ade have then led the charge in ensuring that people all across Barbados know what it is like for her and the other parents all across this country who navigate life with children on the spectrum, and ensuring that not only are they a part of normal day-to-day activity, but that they have been able to have the life live life as fully as they can. And that is a child with special needs. That is not a child with a physical disability. That is not a child who sometimes we go out into a play park and we may see a child who doesn't walk like us, who may not be audible, who may not be able to hear what we are hearing. And you find people staring because it looks different to what they're accustomed to. You may find a child on the floor having a complete fit, a complete meltdown. We see it as a tantrum, but that child may be on the spectrum and they're responding to changes in their routine that they were not familiar with. And Rotary felt and still feels that it is important for children with special needs, with disabilities, to be integrated alongside those who don't have those special needs, so that there is the principle of inclusion, so that they are included, but also there is an opportunity for persons living without disabilities, living without special needs, living without any of those challenges, to begin to see others who are as normal, to minimize the incidences of staring, to minimize the incidences of bullying, to normalize the way in which we interact with people, and so to create a more just and a more inclusive society by starting first and foremost with children practicing and living inclusive play. This is what this resolution is about. Now, I happen to also serve as a trustee on a different project where we do have another trust. And there's a project that some of you may know. It's called the Schoolhouse for Special Needs. It is a project in Britons Hill in St. Michael, where the Rotary Club of Barbados, my club in this instance, would have identified over many years how many parents of children with disabilities and parents of children with special needs have had challenges getting their children into the schools that are dedicated for that purpose. The waiting lists are long. The time to be able to get, I know one parent who says that when their child was first diagnosed as having a difficulty when they were a toddler, that child was 10 years old before they got a call from an institution to say, there is a place available for you. It's a long waiting list, and sometimes parents get frustrated because the options are few. And I want to take the opportunity to commend those schools that are there, and Gil and all of the others who are doing exceptional work and creating safe spaces for children with special needs, and as well as those schools that are providing services for children with disabilities. But the Schoolhouse for Special Needs also was one of those projects where we knew we needed to make sure that there was an opportunity for children with special needs to be able to have a normal life. And so the Rotary Club of Barbados, we purchased the land, we built the infrastructure. We just actually completed a few months ago, maybe a few years ago now, by now, the donation of a $25,000 solar paneling for the building. There are now cooperatives where you have these kids who are doing beautiful pieces of art, and they have now been able to have their own cooperative. And those things have gone all across the world as part of Rotary International's conventions, because these children are being encouraged and enabled and empowered with their parents to live normal lives. So this particular project at the Garfield Sobers complex is envisioned to include a couple of things. One, a recreational center. Two, a specialized swimming area. There's a playground with specialized equipment to be used by children with disabilities, and we also will have an indoor area that allows for specialized activities to take place, including sensory stimulation for children who need that. That is so critical, Mr. President. When you live, I have watched, I think, was it Independence Day? And one of my colleagues spoke about Independence Day earlier. Independence Day, when we had the parade and it came down into Bridgetown, Mr. President, at one point I went across the street over by the bridge, and I went to see my friend. I called her name earlier. She's living with a son who is in his teenage years, and he is autistic. But he came out to view the parade, and he was like, "Hi, Auntie Lisa," and he's talking to me. And he's there, and he's enjoying the activity and the socialization. But there's so many children for whom parents don't know how to manage a child with special needs or children with disabilities, and they stay in their homes. They're not socialized, they're not active, they're not integrated into society. But that's a real challenge, Mr. President, and I want to also make the point that a project like this also speaks to inclusion, not just for our children and their parents, but for those who in some instances lack the financial resources to be able to invest in a lot of the physical therapy and all the other stuff that is necessary, oftentimes, to be able to get your child socialized and engaged to a certain level. In some instances, children who start out as nonverbal, who become verbal and who are able to speak, children who have physical disabilities, or in some instances, who just simply were sedentary because there was no space that felt safe. It creates that inclusive framework as well for parents who just cannot afford to be anywhere else. And that's something that is powerful. But I want to go a little bit beyond that, Mr. President, for just a moment, if you would allow me. I want to go, Mr. President, a little ways beyond children with special needs, and a little ways beyond children with disabilities, and the notion of inclusion for that category of persons, which we agree, I'm sure all of us can agree, is important. But we understand that this is important because the opposite of inclusion is exclusion. We understand it is important, Mr. President, because if people don't feel as though they can live what they see, they will do what they know. And sometimes that can be a negative, Mr. President. Mr. President, I had a long conversation with a couple of people over the last few days on different things. And one of the things that stayed with me was that parent who said to me, they're now an adult, but they have never done some of the things that some of us in here take for granted. And I'm not talking about things for persons with special needs or disabilities. We take for granted that people know how to function in certain spaces. We take for granted that everybody knows what it is to go to a fine dining restaurant. We take for granted that everybody knows how to effectively resolve conflict. We take for granted that people know how to talk to each other in an appropriate and in a respectful way. We take a lot of those things for granted, Mr. President, because sometimes that's how we've been socialized. Those things come normal and natural to us. But for so many people, people live what they see. People are able to replicate what they know. And so in instances where we are talking about a resolution here now, Mr. President, where we want to be able to live in a Barbados where children with disabilities and children with special needs are able to exist alongside those children without, and are able to be included in society and live life normally. We also have to evolve into a space, Mr. President, where people who live in income gaps, in income categories that potentially do not have access to some of the things that some of us take for granted need to also have a space to be included. Because otherwise, they are going to function in a dysfunctional space where they have been excluded and they know nothing other than what they have seen. And what they have seen may not be in the best interest of society. I want to take a moment here as well to speak about the issues relating to bullying. There is something almost fashionable about how nasty and snarky you can be to someone else. There's something almost fashionable about that. There's something almost fashionable about how you can give somebody side-eye and make them feel badly. And in the context of this particular resolution, and the group of persons that we are speaking about, Mr. President, in so many instances, we have persons with disabilities, persons with special needs who have been subjected to bullying, no matter how we describe it, and we have to be able to call it that, and it is time for that to come to an end. We have to come to a space where we do not encourage bad behavior or call bad behavior by another name to make it okay, Mr. President. We have people in this country who don't always look like us. I see some of those ads on TV sometimes asking us to give money and donate to help causes in other parts of the world. Persons with cleft lip and those kinds of things. You see those ads all the time. And it's important to be able to support the causes that you feel are important to you. But Mr. President, at the same time, there are people who live right next door to you who you may be so wicked to in the way in which you treat to them. You look at them sideways. They don't talk like you. They don't look like you. They may walk with a limp. Their child may have special needs. And you say, well, she better go home and take care of she half-breed child. We say things like that without realizing the pain that we are inflicting. It is time for us to do better. It is time for us to be better. Because the world in which we want to live has to be that inclusive space, Mr. President. Now, Rotary also, as is the case with every other service club that I have seen, and all of the members of what we call the third sector, they have an opportunity to partner with government in ways that potentially we may or may not have done so far. Now, this particular project, Mr. President, in principle, is going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars that will be raised not by government, not by taxes, not by taxpayers, but it is going to be raised through philanthropy. One of the reasons why I've been proud to be a Rotarian, Mr. President, is because 100%, not 95, not 90, not 50, 100% of all monies raised in fundraising activities must go back into projects like this. None of the things that you see Rotarians do, none of our social activities, none of our administrative costs can come from monies which are raised from the public. On Sunday, I'm going to be serving drinks at Carol's by Candlelight in my Rotary shirt. And 100% of the proceeds that will be raised from Carol's by Candlelight will and must go back into projects in the community, 100%. That is one of the things that social service clubs hold dear. It is important to us. And so when we come to say we want to lease land to do a project at the Garfield Sobers around the gymnasium, the money, hundreds of thousands of dollars raised by whomever, is going into this project. It is 100% of the project, of the money going into that project, and it is something with which the government can partner, the private sector can partner, and allow us to take a small project or a medium project and make it into something grand that serves the public purpose. and helps to be beneficial to our communities and to our people. This is what I am hoping that more projects can do. The Kiwanis, for example, the Kiwanis do amazing work with children. You have the Seroptimists. I grew up with my great aunt as both a Seroptimist and a lion. I know what it was to go to, especially at this time of year. Oh my goodness, every single lunch, every single activity, everything at this time of the year, I used to go with my great aunt to, as a Seroptimist and a lion. And you had to go as a child. It turned out, I suppose, probably because of her influence, that I became a Rotarian. But there is also an opportunity, Mr. President, for more Barbadians to sign up for social service activities. How many of us go to work, go home, practice in our disciplines, hang out with our friends, but don't participate in anything that gives back to our societies and to our communities? There is a space for more Barbadians to do that. I was one of the most proud people when the government of Barbados, as part of its support to the University of the West Indies, instituted a Give Back program. Because we have to begin to socialize Barbadians into giving back. We grew up going to church on a Sunday morning and then going back to church on a Sunday evening, participating in harvest, being part of the outreach into communities. Some of us would have been in clubs. I was in Interact. I was in Rotaract when I was at St. Michael's. I was in Rotaract when I was at BCC, and I became a Rotarian when I was an adult. There are so many of us who live lives that are centered around just us, just what suits us. And if I were to hearken back to the debate that was just concluded, where we said we only see things that are beneficial if it is beneficial to us, as opposed to what it is on its own merit, that is who we must also be as people, not just in terms of our substantive work, our approach to our work. If it is that we can only see what somebody next to you, somebody down the road is having a hard time, you don't need to join a club. You don't need to be a part of a group. Sometimes you can do it all on your own. When we go to the supermarket, when a month comes, pick up a few extra things for some people. There have been times, Mr. President, where we have run programs in supermarkets where we have encouraged people, when you buy your supermarket goods, put a couple of things, excuse me, in a can that is there, in a container that is there, to go for a family who is in need. The Salvation Army is another entity that is out there right now with their cattle initiative. How many of us are walking past them every single day, day in and day out, without giving $1, $2, when their target is $750,000? I heard it this morning on the news. Their target is $750,000 to raise, and it's not going into anything else except helping people, supporting people. You have the Rotary Club of Barbados South. On any given evenings, there are several evenings during the week, you will see them right here in the square feeding the homeless. And you know, one of the things that I love about Rotary and certain service clubs, you will never, this is important to me, you will never see the beneficiaries of Rotary support in the press. It's not what we do. There has to be dignity about giving to other people and providing service above yourself. You will never see us showcasing the people who we help in the public space. We may showcase the project. You'll see that. You'll see where your money goes, but never for individuals. And governments have a responsibility, I believe, to partner with the Salvation Armies, the Red Crosses, all of the service clubs, the churches, the community groups, Haynesville, a lot of those communities, Israel level, they are doing tremendous work in our communities. And this really is an example of community service and third sector collaboration as part of a national development agenda. And that is what this is also about, Mr. President. But there are still some needs that are outstanding. We need to be able, as part of our education reform process as a government, to ensure that the projects that I talked about earlier that we would have done as a service club to enable and to empower teachers to be able to recognize what some of the signs are of children with special needs, that we need to be able to expand that training. We need to have dedicated facilities that do allow for children to be integrated so that they can play alongside children without disabilities and without special needs. We need to also be able to look at what is happening internationally in terms of the international philanthropic associations and service entities. There is a significant amount of resources that can be made available to a country and to service organizations when they partner with international organizations and international philanthropic groups. Mr. President, I don't want to spend a whole heap of time on this resolution today because I think that there are those, and I deliberately have not spoken at all about some elements of the resolution, especially as it relates to the work that this administration has done on things like the establishment of a National Committee on Disabilities and the work, because there are senators in this chamber who will speak because they sit on that committee, and I defer to them. I wouldn't want to steal their thunder. I give them the opportunity to speak about the important work which is being done on that committee, and there are other senators in here who I think will also add value from the government perspective. But I want to be able to anchor my own comments in the importance of third sector collaboration, the importance of service organizations, and the importance of government collaborating with those entities. And so on that basis, Mr. President, this administration supports the resolution first, to rescind the original vesting, to create a new framework where we vest the land in the entity which has been created, and to ensure that the project is then fit for purpose and that it is able to move forward with a lease in hand and therefore attract additional support from partners under the umbrella of the Rotary Inclusive Play Trust. And that thereafter, Mr. President, as a government, we can also see other projects, similar projects in a range of areas coming to the fore with other agencies, other service organizations, other third sector groups, other church groups, other community groups that say, we are committed to an inclusive Barbados. We are committed to a collaborative Barbados. We are committed to a Barbados that works together with the public sector, the private sector, and with the third sector to be able to achieve the goals that we all have set for ourselves. And with these few words, Mr. President, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
Thank you very much, Senator Cummings.
Mr. President.
Senator Tate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as I understand it, what we're doing this afternoon is regularizing an error. So it's more like a legal matter as far as I'm concerned. The assent was given to an entity that, as I understand it, did not exist. And we needed to get it from the Rotary Cover Barbados South to the Rotary Inclusive Play Trust. Simple matter, but it has to be done properly because you really can't be vesting in an entity that doesn't exist. So in keeping with the purpose of this resolution, let me be clear, I have no issue with what is being envisioned for children with disabilities. I think that is an area, I actually have a sister who is very passionate about that type of thing. But for me, Mr. President, in this resolution, there is reference to Her Excellency, the Governor General. On the 28th day of July 2015, there was no such creature on the 28th day of July 2015. We had a male Governor General on the 28th day of July 2015, and my position is if we are fixing and we are correcting, let us do it holistically and properly. It means, therefore, sir, that the resolution that runs from our website, that's presented here, the addendum that was presented, I believe, on the Parliament website, all of them need to be amended to properly reflect that on the 28th day of July 2015, we would have had a male Governor General. And there are some people might think this is not a big thing. I am of the view that we really do need to be careful what we're doing in the upper chamber so that situations exactly like what we're doing now do not have to exist. We can stop having to make these amendments, stop having to make these changes so that we don't end up with a situation where we don't know what we have because we've made so many changes. That's the first thing that stood out to me, but that might be because of my training. And yes, there's provision in certain places that you use his and her interchangeably. Funny thing is though, for the most part, you usually see the male being used interchangeably with the female. You don't usually see her. I believe this has happened because we have a female president, we had a female governor general, and so people saw it that way. But for me, we are doing a rescission, we're doing a fixing. Let us fix properly, because we are the upper chamber and we are the Senate. So I'm asking, sir, for purposes of completeness and just for doing things properly, sir, if we could change it to His Excellency, because it was Sir Elliot Belgrave who was the Governor General in 2015, and therefore, if we're fixing it, let's fix it. Much obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Tate. Senator Boyce. Mike?
Mr. President, thank you for recognizing me. It is with some degree of joy that I rise to speak in this debate and to contribute to what is hopefully the passing of this resolution. Mr. President, the project which the resolution concerns, in my view, represents what is possible for this country as we move to not only include persons with disabilities, but to transform the country in their name and in their interest. Let me start by thanking the Rotary Club of Barbados South for its vision of inclusion and equity, a vision that includes children with disabilities, and one that importantly, Mr. President, fosters interaction between children with disabilities, children with special needs, and able-bodied children, and creating a space in which they can all play, recreate, and develop. Similarly, Mr. President, I must thank the Rotary Club of Barbados for keeping the dream alive. The Honourable Leader of Government Business indicated the perhaps long road that it has taken to get here. That notwithstanding, Mr. President, I think thousands of Barbadian children, disabled and non-disabled, and their parents will come to be grateful for the Rotary Club of Barbados' perseverance in this matter. As we have heard, the facility will allow, Mr. President, for sporting facilities as well as indoor recreational facilities outfitted with sensory aids and equipment, spaces for cultural activity and other activity. Importantly, Mr. President, it will provide parents with the opportunity for respite, the opportunity to leave their children at the facility so as to permit them to complete chores and run errands and get time for themselves. Mr. President, the parents of children with disabilities will often say to you that raising a child with a disability or with special needs is a 24-hour responsibility from which they get no rest. And it is initiatives like these that provide the opportunity for them to get some degree of rest in the context of a society that is largely intolerant, Mr. President. A society where parents of children with special needs and disabilities have a legitimate fear because they see and experience firsthand the intolerance of the society in which we live. And so they prefer, driven by that parental instinct, to keep their children close and to protect them from the vagaries of intolerance and discrimination. Mr. President, the initiative, the Inclusive Play Project, one of the tenets of it is to allow children without disabilities to interact and to play with and to develop alongside children with disabilities and with special needs. I cannot tell you how fundamentally important it is, as a person with a disability myself, to have an project like this that allows that kind of interaction. I grew up in Barbados in the 90s and early 2000s, I suppose. Yes, San Senegal. You are. Where these projects did not exist, where parents, out of an abundance of caution and inspired by that parental instinct, which I referred to earlier, kept their children at home. And there was no place for them to recreate and to interact with people sometimes outside of their immediate families, Mr. President. And so this initiative changes that in many ways. On the other hand, it provides an opportunity for able-bodied members of our society to get an appreciation for and understanding of children with disabilities and special needs. I'll tell you a story. I'm not very good at stories, but I'll try. When I entered school in, don't worry about it here. The math don't work out. When I entered school, Mr. President, in infant school, I was taught by a particular teacher who sat the entire class of 20 of us down and explained to the class the ways in which I, as a person with a disability, was different and required the assistance of my colleagues, and how I, as a person with a disability, even as a person with a disability, was much the same. And that though I would require their assistance from time to time, that I was just like them. And it is that spirit, Mr. President, that I think characterizes a project like this. I will tell you that that teacher, in that simple interaction with a class of 4 or 5-year-olds, created an environment in which I always felt safe, an environment in which I always felt protected, and an environment in which I knew that I was loved, Mr. President. That conversation has spawned a 30-year friendship with the person who is my best friend in all the world. And so, Mr. President, this kind of interaction is not an esoteric thing. It is not a theoretical thing. It has real life and practical implications for children with disabilities and special needs and those without. Much in the way that the Rotary Club of Barbados South is creating space for children with disabilities and special needs, as evidenced by this resolution, the government of Barbados is doing the same thing. As it attempts to create space in our laws, in our policies, and in our programs, Mr. President, the Honorable Leader of Government Business referred to the establishment of the Committee on Improving the Lives of Persons with Disabilities in June of this year. A committee tasked with a couple of things. One, the drafting of a comprehensive disability act that responded to many of the realities, but if we are to be honest, the vagaries and untenable realities of persons with disabilities. And also to draft, and also, Mr. President, to propose policy to the government of Barbados in that same vein. The government, in deciding to do that, Mr. President, has set about to build an infrastructure of inclusion that I hope goes on to transform this country and to not only respond to the particular harsh realities of disability and special needs across our society, but goes on to inculcate in all of us a culture of inclusion. Let me say that over the last 6 months, from June to November 30th, that committee met with all of the ministries, departments, and agencies of government, the 21 organizations that exist under the auspices of the Barbados Council for the Disabled. We also met with the Bankers Association, the labor movement, the faith-based organizations, to name a few, Mr. President, and in dedicated town hall meetings with the general public of Barbados to get an understanding of what they thought should be included in a comprehensive disability act and policy. Admittedly, Mr. President, we are a little bit behind the curve on this issue. Barbados ratified the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which of course is the international treaty that treats to the treatment of persons with disabilities in 2013. And between then and now, has only had a spattering of legal protection for persons with disabilities. But this act, or the act that the minister has indicated will come before the House in the early part of 2023, and the policy will not only, Mr. President, treat to our international obligations, but it will hopefully mechanize change in this country in a way that we have never seen, so that some of the things that the community of persons with disabilities told us about in those meetings will come to an end, and some of the things that the leader of government business spoke to as well. Because there are real issues, Mr. President. When a parent of a child with a disability tells you that they have moved their child in its young life to between 7 and 9 schools, hoping, Mr. President, that they can get the accommodations and the quality of education that we all deserve, Mr. President, it is an issue that needs to be fixed. When, as a person with a disability, there are things that are not accessible to you, the thing that immediately comes to mind is the extent to which some persons with disabilities can't, for instance, use the automated telling machines at banks and credit unions and the like, for various reasons, because some of them move too quickly, because some of them do not allow for the plugging of devices that permit the blind to hear the instructions. Some of them are simply set too high. And we all know, Mr. President, the profound inconvenience of that. But think about not only that, but think about that inconvenience multiplied by, or what you may take to be an inconvenience, because it is more than an inconvenience in my view, multiplied by tenfold as a person with a disability goes through their day and deals with one set of exclusion after another, after another, after another. And it is hard not to get to the point where you think that your society, the country of your birth, doesn't care for you. You're not valuable enough for it to respond to cater to accommodate, Mr. President. And that is the work of shifting that, of changing that, is the work that this government has committed to doing through the committee, through the establishment, through the crafting of comprehensive disability protections and policy. Mr. President, but I also want to say, setting the law aside, if I may, that some of this will require a cultural shift. There are ways in which the force of law will be enough to compel a different set of behavior, a better set of behavior, to quote Senator Cummins. But there are ways in which all of us, as part of a society, need to be kinder, need to think about the ways, the spaces that we occupy, and the ways in which they are inaccessible to persons with disabilities for various reasons, Mr. President. And to commit to making those spaces more inclusive, commit to making them more accessible to persons with disabilities and the people who may care for them, Mr. President. I spent some time talking about education, for instance, and the inaccessibility of some modern or fairly modern technology for persons with disabilities. But I also wish to spend some time, Mr. President, on some of the other things that we often don't speak about or think about enough when we think about the lives of persons with disabilities. Things like sports, culture, entertainment, and recreation, which are really at the center of the resolution that we debate today. Mr. President, as a person with a disability, I can tell you that there is a view in this country, sometimes explicitly expressed, perhaps more problematically ingrained into the very fabric of our society, that persons with disabilities should go to school if they can. They should go to work if they are one of the 10% of persons with disabilities who has a job. They should go to the doctor if they must. They should go to religious gatherings if they're inclined so to do. However, the fun and the frolic, the festivities are not for them, to put it politely. We have a responsibility to change that. It is why this resolution and the Inclusive Play Project is important, because inclusion has to be comprehensive and it has to be rooted in the idea that persons with disabilities and special needs have a right to derive joy and fulfillment and connection from doing the things that able-bodied people get to do just because they want to. Things like playing cricket or playing the violin or chipping down the road on Kadooment Day, whatever it is their heart desires to do, Mr. President. We must create platforms where children with disabilities and special needs can share their talents, and in some instances, those will be dedicated. Those will need to be dedicated spaces. And in other instances, Mr. President, we must work to ensure that activities are sufficiently accessible to those children, to ensure that if they want to play kiddie cricket or play in one of our national orchestras, they can do so, Mr. President. Because the thing that I think that we don't think about is the extent to which when we refuse to accommodate persons with disabilities, that we are also limiting their own self-actualization. We often in this country think about persons with disabilities as people to do things for, and not people who want to do things. And that is part of the cultural shift that needs to occur, Mr. President. And so it means that we have to be inclined to develop capacity across our country in treating to persons with disabilities. It means that sporting coaches, for instance, have to be trained in instructing persons with disabilities. Because when we don't do that, are we not limiting the capacity of the person with a disability and limiting the capacity of the country, Mr. President? Are we not foreclosing on the possibility of another Jason Holder or Sade Williams or Zane Maloney, Mr. President? Those are the things that we have to think about. Similarly, Mr. President, public play parks need to be retrofitted in the vein of this, in the same vein of this resolution, to accommodate persons with disabilities, Mr. President. And similarly, we need to appropriately reward and recognize persons with disabilities and special needs and children with special needs for their sporting and cultural achievements, Mr. President. If we are to make the point that this country is for all of us. An important element of this idea of accessibility that I think that we often, and inclusion that we sometimes forget about in these conversations, Mr. President, is the idea of exposure. Exposure is critical to aspiration, so that we must ensure that persons with disabilities, children with disabilities and special needs are exposed to a myriad of endeavors, so that, as I said, they can see a Jason Holder and say, I want to do that, and they can see a Zane Maloney and say, I want to do that as well, Mr. President. It is my ask through you, Mr. President, that Barbadians in all of their spaces think about the ways that this country can be better, can be more inclusive to and for persons with disabilities. I think the project and promise of this country, Mr. President, depends on it. In addition to and again, the leader of government business referred to it, in addition to the substantive work the government has committed to doing around disability, there has also been a commitment, Mr. President, to creating the enabling environment to allow greater and easier civil society participation, so that projects like these are not one-offs, but that they become routine and they become ingrained in our society, so that the idea of a civil society organization visioning and crafting a project that responds to some of the most pressing needs of this country is easier. Because, Mr. President, making this country the best it can be requires all of us, and certainly requires the kind of structural realities that permits organizations and people of goodwill to create solutions, and to confront contemporary issues through the crafting of programs and policies that serve us all. In that same vein, I wish to encourage Barbadians to volunteer not only with one of the 21 organizations under the auspices of the Barbados Council for the Disabled, but to do so in other areas as well. Civil society organizations, regardless of their focus, Mr. President, are doing good work, and they require and deserve our assistance in carrying that work out. We need to ensure that we ingrain and, in some instances, reinvigorate in our country a culture of volunteerism. I am pleased every time I see, particularly the nation's young people out reading to children on a Saturday morning at a library, or I see them pass and I see them handing out food to the homeless, Mr. President. But we need to ensure that that becomes the impulse of all of us, so as to make this country the best it can be. Sir, I wholeheartedly support this resolution and commend it to this House. Mr. President, I am obliged to you.
Thank you, Senator Boyce. The speakers, Senator Dr. Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. I'd like to open by commending Senator Andwele Boyce for his advocacy on behalf of members of the disabled community, both in this space and in other places. As we know, he sits on the committee for the disabled that will be seeking to ensure that the lives of disabled Barbadians, people living with disabilities in Barbados, is improved and enhanced. One of the things that stood out to me, both in reading the resolution and in listening to the contributions that have come forward so far, is that we are presenting inclusive play, this concept, as something that is revolutionary. And I said it's so unfortunate that inclusion would be portrayed as a revolutionary act, because it would suggest that the status quo is exclusion. And it's really, really heartbreaking when you think about it, and it really underscores the amount of work that we have to do. Myself and a few colleagues would have sat in the chamber during the previous parliamentary term when we adopted a resolution on the Charter of Barbados, which would have spoken to the fact that Barbadians have they're free and equal in terms of human dignity and human rights, regardless of their age, their ability, their race, their sexual orientation, class, culture, faith, a full spectrum of things. But clearly we have our work cut out, and I would like to commend the Rotary Club for this initiative on behalf of Barbados's children. One of the things that I would like to underscore is that as much as we're placing an emphasis on children who are living with disabilities, this inclusive play part is intended for children of all ability levels. The challenge is that traditionally, in typical play parks and spaces that children would normally access, you have monkey bars and slides and seesaws that never sought to accommodate children living with physical or other challenges. So here we are trying to make wrong things right, and I'm proud that as a legislature, we can lend our support in this way to help a civil society organization make some progress that is consistent with our vision for what we hope Barbados can be. I wanted to point out a statistic. It was quite shocking to learn that over 240 million children worldwide live with disabilities. And traditionally, we think of disabilities in terms of either a motor delay, or we think of visual or hearing impairment. But increasingly, we're seeing a number of invisible disabilities on the rise. Senator Cummins would have made reference in her presentation to the child of a friend of hers who is living with autism. And the fact is that 1 in 68 children have autism. It is the fastest growing developmental disability worldwide. And while these numbers are on the rise, we have found that our educational system has failed to keep pace. Our recreational spaces have failed to keep pace with the realities that more and more and more children are being born with the condition, with autism, with ADHD, with other invisible disabilities. I would even categorize things like hemoglobinopathies, things like hemophilia, where if you kick a football or you're playing a football game and it hits you in the wrong place, you could get a catastrophic bleed. I've seen children with osteogenesis imperfecta where the bones are so brittle that, they have to be kept back and protected in a way. So to see that the Rotary is formulating a space that, yes, seeks to make the play park accessible not just to children with physical challenges, but they're also factoring in things like sensory play. I see that one of the things that they're also doing is having a room that's soft, it has soft padding. So let's say a child with a hemoglobinopathy, with osteogenesis imperfecta, with a challenge like that, the parents wouldn't have to worry in a way that they normally would. One of the things that I wanted to speak to briefly, though, was the fact that, yes, we are making the land space available for the development, and we are focusing primarily on the physical infrastructure during the course of this debate, but I wanted to make a call to Barbadians who might have these specialist skill sets or an interest in pursuing studies in these fields to get involved. I cannot tell you how long the wait times are to get assessments, how challenging it is to find the behavioral therapists, the occupational therapists, the speech therapists, the physiotherapists that can lend support to these children. We really need to build up capacity in these ways. We need more and more teachers sensitized to understand these signs and to know what to look for. I mean, we have cases where sometimes even well-educated people don't notice sometimes that the meltdowns might be associated with something, that the behavioral challenges are just a sign of the frustration that the child is experiencing because of the challenges that they're having in terms of communication and in terms of socialization. So I really want to beg on those who might have these skill sets or might have an interest in pursuing study to get involved, because I can tell you there is, as someone who has access services on behalf of a child in the private sector, a significant amount of personal resources have to be spent in order to support a child in that way. And I would really like to see things built out in a way that even if I didn't have the money to do it, I wouldn't have to worry about my child falling through the cracks. So there's a lot of scope, and I think this is a very, very noble start. As Senator Boyce would have said, I hope this is not a one-off and that we see more and more organizations take on the mantle of trying to make Barbados a more equitable place to live for all people. I wanted to segue briefly onto childhood obesity. This is something that the Heart and Stroke Foundation, you can't miss the ads popping up in your timeline if you're on social media, the advertisements. And one of the things that I noticed in my research in terms of preparing for this debate is that children living with disabilities are actually at greater risk of childhood obesity for a few reasons, including the fact that they tend to be sedentary, whether it's a case of a physical handicap or, as Senator Boyce would have indicated, parents who are looking after a child who has a disability. The tendency, yes, you have to be the advocate on behalf of your child, but there's a tendency to want to protect them because you feel like they can't advocate for themselves, and that might be incorrect because our kids are tough and resilient, but we really need to understand that keeping the kids sedentary, keeping the kids in the house is not necessarily good for them for a couple of reasons. It's increasing the risk of childhood obesity. It's increasing the risk of conditions like depression. And it's also limiting their social interaction and social skills. And we cannot underestimate the value of play in the development of a child. It is through play that children learn things like teamwork. It is through play that children build healthy bones and joints. They reduce their risk of diabetes. They improve their cardiovascular health. It is through a lesson I learned at occupational therapy that joint pressure, actually just by a child jumping up and down on a bed, that joint pressure actually causes the release of serotonin, which counteracts the stress levels of the child and helps them to settle and focus. So having that bit of exercise before you start your day, there's actually a bit of science there's a bit of science underlying it that I think that we really don't value or fully understand the value of play in terms of our day-to-day lives. I wanted to, in closing up my brief presentation this afternoon, mention briefly the value of partnerships. So we would see that the Rotary Club has made this particular initiative, it's like a pioneering project, I believe. But I would like to also take the opportunity to credit the work of the World Pediatric Project and the Stanley Lane Charitable Trust, who jointly ran an initiative earlier this year, where they, in particular, worked with the orthopedic department of the QEH, and they had a specialist clinic run back in May that saw 85 children who were either living with bone deformity conditions or some kind of underlying orthopedic issue. And World Pediatric in conjunction with the St. Lane Charitable Trust, in the last 8 years, has actually done over 180 surgeries, either for scoliosis or Blount's disease or other joint disorders, in order to help children that would otherwise be out of the running, literally, helping them to get back on their feet and helping to improve their mobility. So I wanted to commend organizations, not just Rotary, but the Sandy Lane Charitable Trust, World Pediatric Project, the Maria Holder Trust, Variety Club, Canadian Women's Club, all the individual donors, and more recently, who's come on board to partner with the Ministry of Health and the QEH in particular, has been the Sick Kids Hospital. You might have recently, if you have driven past the QEH, recently seen the Shaw Center for Pediatric Excellence sign go up. That partnership agreement would have been signed back in 2020. And that initiative is actually committed to creating a healthcare standard in the pediatric department that is world-class. So you would have seen recently at the UWI graduation that 20 nurses would have either graduated with postgraduate diplomas in pediatrics or would have graduated with master's degrees and specialist master's degrees in pediatric nursing. And that particular educational initiative would have been facilitated through the Shaw Program for Pediatric Excellence. And the initiative is not just based on creating a stronger educational thrust in the department, because the understanding is if we can educate and equip the staff to deal with clinical management of sick children, that it would overall improve the health and welfare of Barbadian children. But further to this, what they're also looking to do is to invest in actually refurbishing the pediatric units, not just the pediatric ward, but the pediatric intensive care unit, the NICU, and the outpatients department. So there is a significant thrust overall that I can see coming together to support the welfare and the well-being of Barbadian children. And I am very pleased this afternoon to stand to support this resolution. With that, Mr. President, I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Haynes. Oh. You want to? Any other speakers before we wrap up?
I'm going to speak, I think.
Senator Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I believe that we will all get an opportunity to speak to the issue of disabilities and policy and the life of those with disabilities and how we better integrate them as true children of the Trident when the debate comes. But I really did want to take this opportunity really to make very brief remarks on another matter. Our 2022 manifesto of the Barbados Labour Party, which is an extremely condensed document, less than half the size of the 2018 manifesto, endorses and commits to the policies enunciated in 2018 as being our platform for government and governance, particularly on a range of issues. Having laid that groundwork then, I go to the 2018 manifesto of the Barbados Labour Party at page 46, at which one finds these words. There are more than 1,000 registered third sector organizations in Barbados in the form of not-for-profits, operating outside the spheres of the public and private sectors. Third sector organizations cater to children, youth, the elderly, people with mental and physical disabilities, the poor, people in abusive relationships, the homeless, the unemployed, caregivers, substance abusers, artists, and other creatives. And I must apologize because it is clear now that I did not photograph the entire section, which I think goes on to make the point. Searching for it very quickly, sir. The BLP recognizes the meaningful impact a progressive third sector policy might make in helping to meet growing social needs, accelerating entrepreneurship, and social impact investing. In addition, the third sector will be instrumental in generating new jobs and foreign exchange, building a more caring society, and serving as a partner in the attainment of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. A Barbados Labour Party government will establish and work with a steering committee of third sector groups to promote and facilitate the development of a thriving, connected, engaged, energized, and effective third sector in Barbados, capable of strong social and economic impact and of positioning Barbados as an international center for third sector engagement and collaboration. Mr. President, I think that what it is being proposed this evening to allow in order to enable the Rotary Club of Barbados to give effect to exactly what is spoken to in the 2018 manifesto is of significance. That the third sector, properly incentivized, can carry a range of functions and services that government at this time does not necessarily have the skills or the resources to carry. They can do so with goodwill. They can do so effectively. They can do so by hiring and recruiting and creating jobs in the economy, and more important, that they can satisfy a genuine need in the society, a gaping need in the society on a range of issues, and the manifesto itself speaks to them. I would wish to encourage us as an administration not to forget this particular provision of the 2018 manifesto. We committed to establishing a committee. I believe that we can set up a third sector umbrella organization with a chairmanship who will act as a liaison between the multiple third sector organizations in the society and the administration, give advice as to what they need or give guidance as to what they need, how government can truly incentivize and be helpful, and also to share policy perspectives with third sector organizations. There is a role for the third sector. They are thirsty to help in some way. They just need direction and proper engagement and facilitation and the creation of the appropriate environment, whatever those incentives may be, in order to allow them to give effect to their charitable pursuits, to properly and better give effect to their charitable pursuits. In a previous Labour Party administration within the Ministry of Health, it was in the manifesto, and then we gave rise to it. There was, because health has perhaps some of the largest numbers of NGOs and groups. Well, perhaps environment has now exceeded them, but previously, health used to have the largest number. And we set up an umbrella body within the Ministry of Health to engage and coordinate and give support to these various organizations that were working as third sector entities in the society. Mr. President, as I said, I'm sure that we will have an opportunity for a full debate on persons with disabilities, but the fact that this, whether we so intend or not, does give rise to a manifesto provision which we need to fully roll out and act on, is something to which I wanted to point at this time. And I believe that the Honorable Colin Jordan has responsibility for third sector engagement, and I would really wish to see that we do carry out this particular area. It will be helpful to the administration, but it will be helpful to the country. And it will perhaps, when persons see what can be accomplished by persons of goodwill who are largely working in volunteer organizations, that it might encourage an increased level of volunteerism at the national level. There are many people with skills, with resources of all types, and if they can put those skills or resources at the disposal of the country and at the disposal of those who most need them. I think Senator Dr. Haynes spoke very well about the cost of doing so, and there are many families who are in situations where their resources cannot afford to deal with the particular needs and challenges which their families face, whether it is because they have a child who is mentally or physically challenged or differently able, whether it is because Granny has developed Alzheimer's in her old age and everybody has to work and they can't cope. There are all kinds of avenues for the third sector, and the space is large for the third sector to enter, engage, but as a government, we have to give the incentives and the support. So that is really my contribution to this simple residual matter, simply to say that I want to see us act on this, and I'm very glad that insofar as this residual attempts to do so, that it does give effect to Labour Party policy as framed in the 2018 manifesto. We now need really to give full effect. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Sir Honourable Senator Thompson. Further speakers? Senator Cummins, sorry. Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to, first of all, express appreciation to all of the honorable members of the chamber who have spoken. This is very much a simple matter. It is in the first instance the rescission, and then it is the vesting on the other hand in items 3 and 4 respectively. There will be obviously a matter that we will speak to when the president intervenes. Your microphone. But I want to, first of all, on the matter of the Inclusive Play project, support all of the comments and the interventions that have been made. There are any number of projects to which we could all speak. I could have, during my initial presentation, I think the beauty and perhaps the challenge of times of opening and closing is that you have to make sure that you split what you would say in half. But I could speak to a range of projects that we've done. How many people, in this case, we're talking about persons with disabilities, persons with special needs, and those persons who are living without those challenges, integrating into an inclusive play project. But how many social service entities have involved themselves in a range of projects? We have the Homeless and Vagrant Society, which is functioning here outside of Parliament buildings very often, and also in Bridgetown, supporting those in the homeless. We have the Barbados Red Cross Society. They have been critical in their disaster response and post-disaster response. They have a specific demographic that they are focusing on. Going back to the Rotary Club, we have had a pacemaker bank project in this country for many, many years where persons who have heart conditions are able to benefit, in particular if they're qualified as indigent, from free pacemakers. We have had all kinds of instances historically in this country where third sector organizations come together and support the national objectives. In this instance where Senator Thompson ended is where I also want to end. In an environment where government resources are stretched, where government's resources, both in terms of financial and human resources, are stretched to capacity, but our needs are still what they are. The vulnerable in society are still with us. In fact, in some instances, some may argue that they have become more vulnerable. There has to be a move in this country to collaborate alongside our third sector institutions, right hand in hand with government, because government simply cannot do it all, even with the best of intentions. And this project is a classic example, as has been all of the other projects that all of our third sector institutions have supported and collaborated on. This has been the nation's best example of national pride, national interest, national collaboration, and it is on this basis, Mr. President, that I beg to move that these resolutions do not pass, but I will treat first of all, Mr. President, to
The question, resolution number 3 only.
I was coming there, Mr. President,
Please.
but I do wish to ask first that order number 3, the passing of the resolution to rescind the initial resolution, that this resolution do now pass.
Thank you very much, Senator Cummins. In relation to agenda item number 3, we thank Senator Tate, whose eagle legal eye caught the use of Her Excellency rather than His Excellency. Checks were made by the Clerk of Parliament, and in fact, I am advised that the Acting Governor General on that date was Sir Philip Graves, who is by no stretch of the imagination in any kind of legal system or any use of the ordinary language could be described as her. We're not there yet. This is clearly a typo. The clerk has advised that in a regular parliamentary practice, typos which do not affect the substance the adjustments are made by the clerks in the official record. If there is no objection, we will follow that practice, and the clerk will in the official record reflect the correction of the typo to reflect His Excellency rather than Her Excellency for agenda item number 3. If there's no dissent, thank you very much, Senator Tate, once again. We truly appreciate your catching the eye, because I agree with you, this is the upper chamber. We want to ensure that there are no errors or omissions in any of the items on which we have to vote. So the question is that the item number 3, the resolution to rescind a previous resolution relating to this lease to the Rotary Club of Barbados South, do not pass.
Mr. President, excuse me, would you not have to say as amended? If you're amending, would you not have to say as amended?
No, I'm advised by the clerks that the typos are not treated as amendments. So if, a, but, the, and his, so that if there was a substantive amendment, then we would have to move a motion and to amend the resolution and pass as amended. That's my advice from the clerk, that those matters are not formal amendments on which you enter the record as amended.
Much obliged, sir, for your explanation.
Yes, thank you very much, Senator Tate, for that query. So the question is that this resolution do not pass. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Order number 4, sir. In the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the passing of a resolution to approve, in accordance with Section 5 of the State Lands Vesting and Disposal Act, Chapter 225, the lease to the Rotary Inclusive Play Trust, a charity registered as charity number 910 under the Charities Act, Chapter 243, a parcel of land, the property of the state, situate at Garfield Service Complex, Upton, in the parish of Christchurch in this island, for the construction and development of a recreational facility for children with disabilities.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
The question is that this resolution for the lease of land so described to the Rotary Inclusive Play Trust, charity number 910 under Charities Act, Chapter 243, do not pass. Honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This resolution is now passed. Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This brings us to the end of government business for today. I beg to move that this Senate do now be adjourned, sine die, with the proviso that we are most likely to meet again on Wednesday, December 14th.
Senator Dr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. President. Once again, I rise to ask a question about a question. I eagerly await a response on the question relating to, well, you know what it is, child protection legislation that I've heard so much about in the news, but not in here. And also, importantly, the second part, which relates to juvenile justice.
Remember, Senator Dr. Hines, Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The response has been drafted, it has been finalized, and it is to be submitted formally to this honorable chamber, we expect very shortly.
Thank you for that update. We look forward eagerly to receiving the formal submission of that, of the answer to that question. The question is that the Senate do not adjourn the Senate. Aye. All of the senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. The Senate stands adjourned.